Alright, guys. Hello. I need to get the deer up and running. The deer is offline. Oh, we're still in the old position. I'm in the chat. Okay. There you go. That looks way better. Okay. Alright, let's get rid of the spinning deer. We're no longer starting soon. Hopefully you guys like the music. That's a guy that got recommended to me. He has like 500 viewers. He's given his permission to streamers to like use his music and stuff. Just, you know, it's fun. I liked his little tracks. They were cool. Anyway, here's how this is all gonna work. Um, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna take deck lists from viewers. Um, and we're just gonna go over them as like a group, sort of like a communal deck building session. And ideally they're Moxfield links, but I'm willing to work with other platforms. This is very much just Socratic deck building. Just like a community little hangout. We can like gawk at your cool decks or whatever. So there was a poll to see when this stream was going to happen. And technically the poll via popularity was 2 p.m. was when the stream was like the most popular vote. Shortly behind it was 6 p.m. And now I'm going to be a little fair to my East Coast viewers. I will give them first dibs for uploading deck lists. If you are past the East Coast of the United States, like if you're in Belgium or whatever too, I'll extend that to you as well. Just because like if it's late and you want to go to sleep and we can get your deck out of the way first and then we'll move west as the stream continues. If that makes sense. So at the very end of it all, we'll be doing Hawaiian deck lists and stuff. So we'll be going east to west. Okay. So yeah, it's kind of like a deck doctor type thing, but I'm not here to be like prescribing a fix to your deck. This is going to be very communal. I'll be listening to chat, listening to the creator's input, because ultimately Commander is a very sort of like laid back format. It is what you make of it. I'm not here to fix your deck list and make it higher win rate. Well, kind of. I'm here to provide suggestions if you feel like your deck is faltering in some way, if you just want to show off a cool deck. Um, we can do all those things. And ultimately I'm going to be just, you know, listening to chat, listening to myself, taking my knowledge, taking your guys' knowledge. I'm giving the platform for the deck is the gist. So that being said, uh just vomit your decks in a chat, not a link. You'll probably get like auto modded if you just put a link to it in chat, but just like what's the commander, what's the general archetype gist kind of thing, what's the issue you're facing. No real template for it, just like once again, ideally you're like east coast of the United States or farther east, like because just to get the later people out the door first before moving west. Okay. Interesting. Complicated lists are fine. Um Tell you what, I like the sound of the Massacre Girl list. Massacre Girl vehicles is actually really funny. Let's start there. So the way you can do this, if you're in the Discord, you can just DM me the link, or you can just drop it in the chat. Whichever one you feel is better for you. Yeah, you can send a link in the chat if it's the Massacre Girl thing. The other links weren't blocked. If it gets blocked, just DM me on Discord. If you're in the Discord, that is. I can provide a link for people who aren't in it already. Evelyn or Glaceon, I gave you guys mod. Are you able to pin that restream message? Or you know what? It's probably not in restream. Let me put it in Twitch. There you go. Ghost Ship is pretty funny. Yeah, so just join the Discord and DM me it. If that's the case. Message requests. I mean, maybe we'll check it out later. So yeah, like I said, we'll just play it by ear. Yeah. Once again, also, by the way, I can't guarantee that we get to everyone's deck. That is not a promise I can make, but I'll certainly try to do as many as I can. In about 4 hours, I'm going to be recording the podcast with Trinket Mage. So, yeah. So the thing is, though, is I don't want to have a Discord channel for it, and then you send me the thing, right? Or you submit it, and then you just don't come to the podcast, and then we're talking about your deck without you. That's not like what I want to do. I want it to be more collaborative than that. So it can only kind of be done live. Are you able to DM me at all, or is that not possible? Whoever had the Massacre Girl list. Yeah, me and Trinket Mage both operate pretty late, so. Interesting. I think I'm getting like, Glaceon, can you just DM that to me? Oh, I see. It was posted in general. Okay, we're good. Okay, we have found the chat. We have found the message. All right, that is way better than what I was doing. All right, Firefox on. Hello. Okay, that works. That works. Great. This is my first time doing one of these streams, so we're doing it live, and then we'll go ahead and get better as the time goes on. Podcast isn't going to be recording until about 4 hours, give or take. Yeah, so this is Massacre Girl vehicle. So I'm pretty I understand generally the concept behind this idea. The second I read the deck list, I was like, okay, great. This is 100% going to be, we're board wiping constantly, and then we use Massacre Girl to crew vehicles, and they're unblockable because no one has any creatures. So I get the vibe. I understand the list. The gist of the list, so to speak. Let's sort by mana value. Okay, 10 creatures. I'm liking these 1 toughness creatures to get the chain started. And of course, Massacre Girl synergizes with Massacre Girl. All is Dust is interesting. Oh my gosh, my voice cracked. All is Dust is interesting because we have all colorless artifacts, right? But we have no colorless creatures, which makes it a little bit interesting because how are we crewing the vehicles if we all is Dust? That's my first little conflict of interest there. Oh, that's true. That's true. You could crew the vehicles before all is dusting. Yeah. Whenever another creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Venom Crawler. I like that. That's fun. That's fun with Massacre Girl, actually. You just like Venom Crawler's crazy with Massacre Girl. This is awesome. We'll go. I'll call it as it goes. Radio Jade. The Venom Crawler Massacre Girl dream is hilarious. That is an incredible synergy. Poxwalkers. Cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand. How often are we doing that? It's like interesting. Can I get a question in? Like, what's your main concern when it comes to this deck? Because it seems to be able to hum. Is there any concern? Are you just like asking for input? Since using Massacre Girl and Manlands as the crewers, that makes sense. I am a little bit curious about No Mercy, Koskin Falls. Like, these are great, like, protection spells from creatures, but, like, so is, like, looping Massacre Girl. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you're repeatedly wiping the board... I get, like, you tap your crewers to crew your vehicles, and then you swing in. The thing is, like, when you do swing in, or, like, after you clear the board, it's only a haste creatures. Yeah, like, haste creatures. But you can... It's a little weird. I like the case of the stash skeleton. That's pretty funny. I don't think the idea is to reanimate after board clearing. Attacks. I am curious. So, one of my favorite things to do with Massacre Girl is I do run Massacre Girl in one of my decks. I run it in Farrakha, and I use it with Tortured Existence to repeatedly buy it back as a board wipe, which is just disgusting. I am curious if you're running... You're not. Okay. I think there is a interesting card for this deck that you're not running. And that is Golden Argosy. You can use this to flicker Massacre Girl. It is also just a vehicle. It would die if you were to kill enough creatures. Yeah, I do like Argosy. The problem is that, like, you could kill your own you could kill the you could kill your own vehicles. I am curious if you just want to slot a King Makar in. King Makar is like the traditional friend with vehicles, the mono black commander for vehicles. In fact, there's a lot of good inspired cards. So yeah, the King Makar sort of deck. I like Massacre Girl better than King Makar. This is the mono black commander vehicle, like the traditionally. I do like Massacre Girl way better. I think that's a cooler direction than King Makar. I'm just wondering if he's good in the 99. And if not, yeah, they do start dying to Massacre Girl. That is interesting. Do you have the... For me, I love Glistening Oil. Glistening Oil is a very good recommendation here. I actually made a Grease Fang deck that ran Glistening Oil. I tried it out for a little bit. I didn't end up really liking it personally to get it in paper. But Glistening Oil is hilarious to close out games. You are totally right. It is black, buyback 0, give a vehicle infect. It's especially good with Reaver Titan, where you attack, it deals 5 damage to each opponent. That's 5 infect. Because here's how this works. You get all the positives of Glistening Oil with none of the drawbacks. So normally, you get -1 counters. But because it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, when your vehicle becomes uncrewed, it just goes to your hand with this ability. So you can loop that with vehicles a lot. That is a good point to bring up, Glaceon. If we're playing against sort of higher power decks, I think this deck does slightly begin to fall apart. Because this deck clowns on creature decks. The thing is that I don't know if it's gonna clown on any stack-based deck. So here's what I really like. I run Rug of Smothering in some decks. So this is a colorless creature that dodges all his dust, but I think what's going to be the problem is that your commander is going to kill Rug of Smothering a lot. So you need to look for hate pieces, I guess, that are not creatures. Or perhaps have like some stacked-based interaction. Because, okay, here's a big issue for this deck, honestly. It's like, what happens when someone plays an artifact that locks you down? It's like you can't really do anything. Like, that's a mono black problem in general. Yeah, Dampening Sphere, I think I'm leaning towards more. Torpor Orb is easy to beat. You just kill people with all his dust. Like, you have answers to Torpor Orb here. Torpor Orb is not a big problem. Curse Totem. Is it only creatures or is it any activated ability? Because I'm not sure if we're really all too concerned about Curse Totem. Because these aren't creatures until you crew them. Yeah, exactly. So here's what I'm thinking. Um, yeah, like, I think you just take the L when it comes to, like, an artifact-based hate piece. Like, I can't really think of one that truly ruins your deck. Vexing Bauble is a little bit niche. I'm just gonna take a leaf through here. I love Guardian Idol. That's pretty funny. I've noticed they have like this Eldrazi through theme, and I get that it's for Forsaken Monument. Like Forsaken Monument pumps all your vehicles. That's pretty funny. But is it like how much more stuff are you doing with the getting colorless for tapping? Because like I see all these lands that mana doubles. 12 swamps. You know what? It might be enough, but like you have like how much is colorless? 54%. Okay, colorless mana productions, 29% of symbols on land. So 1 out of 3 lands are doubled. It's interesting. Yeah, that's where like Necropotence and Necrodominance comes in. 40% of all symbols. How often do you find yourself stuck with these in hand without triple black? Or like you're locked out of a second play? Yeah, Urborg exists. That's true. Urborg, you can expedition map for it. That's fair. It is really funny to me that you have this like Eldrazi Scion theme. You have Tevish Zot in here that makes black thralls, and that's to trigger Massacre Girl. Don't get me wrong, that is to trigger Massacre Girl, but it's really funny that you're making all these 0/1s and you have vehicles that you want to crew. I think we need to take a deeper look at black cards that synergize with artifact creatures. And we're getting a lot of Necrons. But let's take a peek. We're not doing a lot of artifacts leaving the graveyard. Armix, I'm not a big fan of, I don't think. Armix is really good in Greasefang where you want to discard them. Okay, if Voltron is an issue, just a Soul Shatter, like, sends you over the moon. I think what you need to do in that case is... I'm not sure quite exactly what you're axing for it. But, something like Soul Shatter. This is just, like, staple removal. It's only a buck, you know, a buck, $2. This just answers a Voltron threat pretty reliably. Soul Shatter rarely isn't in one of my black decks, just to answer a big monster. Yeah, edicts are... I would consider like 1 or 2 edict effects a must-have for a mono black deck. Okay, so generally I'll like to keep recommendations pretty budget and synergistic. I think just like, of course, any black deck would be great with a Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor, Imperial Seal in them. So when it comes to enabling Massacre Girl, I have found that she needs very little enablement to like actually pop off. Like, she will just own the table. Like, there's always a 1/1 kicking around somewhere. And if there's not, then we have the reassembling skeleton, Bloodghast, Bogart Trawler, Poxwalkers. Like, you already have enough enablement. Let's look at the curve. Curve looks fine to me. I mean, it gets a little heavy here at the end. I mean, overall, I'm a big fan of this. You know what I'm not a fan of? I don't think doubling cube is, like, what you're doing. I do like having Urborg Cabal Coffers. That's great. I like that you have the 1 of Exsanguinate just to close out the game. Here's the thing. I don't think you need a doubling cube to kill everyone with Exsanguinate. I think you're going slightly too far with the cube. Okay, if you want to play Massacre Girl every turn, the way you do it is not recasting her from the command zone. You should be finding some other way to, like, recur her around and around. I think a great way to maybe do this. Yeah, Tortured Existence, I don't think is right for this deck. There's only 10 creatures to flip. There was that one funny card, Netherborn Altar. This one is hilarious. But honestly, I think maybe what's better than Netherborn Altar for you is Vat of Rebirth. Put into a graveyard from a battlefield. So I have noticed that you have a lot of Eldrazi spawns sacking themselves, thralls. You have Trading Post. Like, get some oil counters. Yeah, no, that's why I'm not recommending Netherborn Altar. Like, it came to my mind as a card to loop Massacre Girl with, but I don't think it's going to be right for this deck. I think Vat of Rebirth, letting Massacre Girl go to the graveyard and bringing her back repeatedly, that's where you're at. And if Trading Post is unironically the best card in the deck, you should be considering Vat of Rebirth. There's also a Necron that loops creatures, but you don't probably want a Necron because it's going to just die. Um, there is one other artifact recursion. There is Beacon, not Immortality, Beacon of Rebirth, not of Rebirth. What is it called? Beacon of Unrest. Bam. This one gets an artifact or creature. It can do either. Is Blood Clock currently in the deck? I think this is pretty funny. I think this becomes really bad when someone removes Massacre Girl. I do like the other one's Umbilicus. I do like Mimic Vat. That's a really good suggestion. Mimic Vat goes, like, insanely hard in your deck, actually. This shuts off death triggers. And also, you can Mimic Vat your Massacre Girl. That's pretty hard. I think Mimic Vat is, like, what you need. dies, you may exile that card. Yeah, it doesn't stop death triggers. You're right. You're right. But what it does do is you can steal someone else's ETB creature. Yeah. Yeah, Massacre Girl needs to stay in exile under the vat for imprint. You can't command zone it. It is a little risky, but it's funny. And at the very least, oh well, actually, you can put it into graveyard after. Like if someone, you can always keep up a removal spell. If someone's like Vandal Blast or thing, you could explode a different creature. And honestly, I'm gonna be real frank with you. I think perma losing Massacre Girl isn't actually that big of a deal. You have All Is Dust. You have like things that come back from the graveyard to crew. Like it's not the end of the world if Massacre Girl gets perma banished. I think. Like you have ways to close out the game still. Poxwalkers, stuff like that. You'll be set. Let's check out Notic Scales. It's interesting. I just don't like these cards because you're just gonna get Massacre Girl removed, and it's like, okay, great, I gotta bounce my Poxwalkers, you know. Power greater than the number of cards in your hand. Are you gonna scope your hand perfectly for this? I do like Blood for Bones. It's just there's not enough creatures for it, really. Overall, I think at the end of the day, Glistening Oil, um, Mimic Vat, those two additions would go a long way for this deck. You have Invasion of Ravnica too to answer any sort of threat. I think you're set, honestly. I think you're cooking here. The iffy cards for me are Cusk and Falls No Mercy. Other good edict suggestions. I mean, if you love 0/1 Thralls, I don't know how often you are controlling Massacre Girl, but that's Will is a very good card if you can consistently produce black mana. I like Sculpted Edicts better. Stuff like that's Will here or Soul Shatter, because you will get situations where the Voltron deck has like 3 creatures in play and their Voltron guy, and they'll just sacrifice one of their little dorks and keep their Voltron guy around. You need a Sculpted Edict. There's also is it Extract a Confession? This one with the greatest power, yeah, and I like this one too. I don't like that it's a sorcery. I think if you were to go for a sorcery speed card, make an example. Yeah, this card used to be 25 cents. It's $4 now. Oh, I wish I bought them when they were 25 cents. This card is so good. This card is sick. Anyway, I think your deck is great. Do you have any parting words for us? Any questions about um what else should probably be added? Because overall, I think your deck is like you hit the nail on the head. Card draw outside of the 2 Necrons. There is one card that you should 100% be running. And it is Where are you? It was in Kaladesh. Morbid Curiosity. Sacrifice an artifact or creature. Draw cards equal to the mana value of the sacrifice permanent. This one is incredible. Just like absolutely disgusting card here for vehicles. Um, Otherwise, I honestly think you could do with like just a Knight's Whisper. Like if you're really struggling with draw that badly, no shame in putting a Knight's Whisper in here. Um, yeah. So let's move on from Massacre Girl here. I love the deck. It was great. So don't just put a link directly in chat, but pinned in Twitch is the Discord. On my YouTube, linked in my bio, there's my Discord. Join the Discord. If you have a deck, let's just get the deck ideas in chat now. Once again, we're still going to be in the East Coast. If you guys are East Coast or farther east, like Europe, I'll be taking your deck list first, and then we'll be moving west going forward. Italy is very east of the East Coast. You are set if you want to send in a deck. Yeah. Oak deck. Balrog with Obosh companion. That's pretty sick. Tell you what, send me the Lord Windgrace deck. Let's do Lord Windgrace. I like that. I like that thread. Thank you. Sorry for the silence. I do like Tayam as well. I think we'll do the Lord Windgrace and then let's hop into Tayam. Thank you, thank you. Lord Windgrace. And I'm gonna queue up Tayam as well. And then we'll go from there. Tell you what, there's a thread in the Discord deck submissions that Glaceon made. You can just put it in there. And just leave your time zone and we'll go from there. Okay, great. Lord Windgrace. So is this going to be... Yeah, I see Dark Depths. I see Thespian Stage. I see $186. I imagine we're keeping this budget. I can already see a lot with this deck that I'm curious about. So tell me, Rakton, what is the general vibe going here? These are viewer submitted. I think big cut here. Ooh, you have Urborg but no Cabal Coffers. I see. So this is just turning on Dark Depths to tap. Yeah, so let's not... my question is, are you going for Landfall or do you want a lands deck? Because there's two separate archetypes that we're talking about here. Lands is land combos, Dark Depths, stuff like this. You don't need to be a Landfall deck to have a lands deck. So here's what I have to say. If we want to accentuate lands, we need a few cards in this deck that are not in them that is not in here currently. Stage Depths is an incredible win con. So I play a lands deck. And for me, there is a lot of missing cards here if you want to stage depths people repeatedly. Yes. Crop rotation should be in this deck yesterday. You can totally build lands on a budget. Let me say. Raxton, what's your budget here? How much are you willing to spend on new cards? How much is Shifting Woodland? 150 on new cards? Oh my gosh. My man, you are set. You're about to get the advice stream of your life. I'm going to open up a text document here. I am a lands gamer. So, Shifting Woodland, this card needs to be in your deck yesterday. Crop rotation. We're going Deck Doctor. Yes, so this land base is like not what you want for lands. I'm gonna open up my Kira deck. This is my landfall deck. Or not my landfall deck, my lands deck. This is lands combo. We're about to cook, guys. We're about to cook with this Lord Windgrace deck. So, Shifting Woodland is incredible. The reason why is you pay 4 mana and you copy the Dark Depths in your graveyard, and now you have a Dark Depths with no counters on it. I think Kira could be good in the 99 of Windgrace. I wouldn't add it. Hang on. I'm gonna duplicate your deck. Because I need to get my fingers in here. How much is Pyroblast? It's $4. I mean, Pyroblast is better than Red Elemental Blast in basically every way. Here's the first thing you cut. Charcoal Diamond, Fire Diamond, Moss Diamond, all the signets. You cut all of your rocks. These all need to go. I like Consummate. That's funny. Field of the Dead's in the sideboard. Sucks not to put that out the door. So here's why we're doing this. You should be ramping with lands. Oh, I took out Soul Ring by accident. Yes, Soul Ring should stay. I like Harrow. I like crop rotation in here now. Explore, Farseek, Cultivate, Flare of Cultivation, Kodama's Reach, Scape Shift, Sky Shroud claim without any dual forest feels a little bad. This can get any forest card, not just basic. Yeah, like Nature's Lore is also not in here. But that's besides the point. We're not we don't have. Yeah, of course. I'll send the list to you. Absolutely. This is not just for stream. Yeah, like if you're willing to spend $150, like how much is Underground Mortuary? $13. That feels pretty worth it. Like even just the first Surveil land is pretty hype. It's pretty hype when this Surveils one. When this Surveils one. When this Surveils one. When all of these cards Surveil one, that is worth $15. Next up is we need to be talking about Nylea's Intervention. This is the best card in Kura. Nylea. There you go. Fantasy names. This card is incredible. X green. Search your library for X land cards. Any of them. Any one you want. Reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle. And then there's also a flying hate mode. You can get Dark Depths and Stage for 4 mana. You could get Urborg to make Dark Depths tap for mana as well, if you wanted to on top of that. Does World Soul's Rage pull from the graveyard? Expedition map is very cheap, but World Soul's Rage and or Graveyard. I like that card. Yeah, this is the first one of these. World Soul's Rage getting graveyard lands from the graveyard back into play feels pretty good. Yeah, this is a decklist review stream. We're going through Lord Windgrace now. I have really strong opinions about this one in particular. Normally I have a lot more conversational chat about what's good or not, but I literally run this deck like so often, and I run legacy lands. So I have a lot of strong opinions about lands. Do you know what dropped in price? Talon Gates of Mandara. So I'm about to preach to you why this is the most broken card in the world. Talon Gates of Mandara is awesome. When you crop rotate this thing, it's insane. You can protect Merit Lage, you can fog a creature, you can protect any other creature you want. Like, this is insane when you have crop rotation. And in fact, I'm surprised not to see Bojuka Bog. Bojuka Bog. This makes crop rotation, and so I don't advocate putting Bojuka Bog in every black deck. That's not good. Just, it's a sad tap land most of the time. Crop rotation for Bojuka Bog, like, when you have these two cards together, this turns into a charm. Because you can crop rotate in response to someone's reanimation spell, Bojuka Bog them. Insane play. Archdruid's Charm is a good suggestion if we add Yavimaya, which I do think is a good addition. It's only $7. Because we're 3 colors here. You should have the Yavimaya for fixing for Archdruid's Charm. I would not add Pit of Offerings if you have Bojuka Bog. You only need one. Jund Triumph, how much is that? Oh, it's a Ziator's Proving Grounds. Yeah, it's $7. I think the first copy of these cards is very good. I think the first Triumph is good because we're going to get it with 3 visits. We're going to get it with Nature's Lore. We're going to get it with Farseek. We're going to get it with all these cards get it. Life from the Loam is an interesting suggestion. And I think Life from the Loam is a good card. Let's see what the price is here. $7 again. If it was cheaper, I think I would be more interested in adding it. But I think Life from the Loam has gone outclassed recently. But like, I just want to enable these land lines, these lines of play for lands in your deck. Because it goes pretty interesting. Yeah, so Case of the Locked Hothouse is pretty good. I run it in Kura. Yeah, Life from the Loam goes insane in Gitrog. Not really kind of what I'm cooking here. I like Case of the Locked Hothouse. Azusa, single but looking. Bride of the Elysian Grove. How much is exploration? $20. Let's cut it off there. I think having the first few copies of these extra play land cards is good. And Bride of Elysian Grove also color fixes for your Archdruid Charm, for your other cards. Makes Dark Depths tap for mana. Like, the first copy of this card is perfect. Amazing. You know what I want to add to this deck so bad is Boseiju, but I'll restrain myself. Boseiju Who Endures is so good. It's already great in any deck with green. In a lands deck, Boseiju becomes insane. $17 or 17 cents rather. Sylvan Scrying's also great. This is a little demonic tutor for basically like a lot of effects, or rather, this is a good charm in your deck. The link to the Discord is like any one of my YouTube videos has the link to the Discord, or recent YouTube videos has the link to the Discord in the description. It's also on the channel banner. So yeah, we'll get to cuts soon. Right now, I just want to get like notable inclusions in, because there are a few. So I used to run a card in this deck. Bellowing, whatever it's called, Woodland Bellower. And I really like this package a lot. So this is a package that I used to run. Ramanop Excavator, Dryad of the Elysian Grove, Woodland Bellower. So Woodland Bellower gets any non-legendary 3-drop from your library into play. It's only a $2 card. So suddenly we are now playing lands from graveyards for 6 mana. You know, ramping. Dryad of the Elysian Grove. You can fix all your mana as well as play an extra land drop. Like, you get the entire package off of Woodland Bellower here. One thing I would like to add is Tireless Tracker. Let me emphasize that we are not a landfall deck, but the first copy of a Tireless Tracker, just to sort of like get some cards moving. We have Windgrace, don't get me wrong. Windgrace gets cards moving. This just also gets those cards going. Yeah, I'm not adding Crucible of Worlds to this deck because Crucible of Worlds gets a little bit pricey. But Ramanop Excavator and Woodland Bellower, this gets a little toolboxy. Tireless Provisioner, we already have a Lotus Cobra. I think Tireless Provisioner is less necessary than the card draw of a Tireless Tracker, especially when you already have the Cobra in play. I think I have a lot of other thoughts. So let's go through again. I think Torment of Hailfire is not necessary if we're making Merit Lage repeatedly. Merit Lage is going to be really good. And Torment of Hailfire really works well with Cabal Coffers, Urborg. You do not have Cabal Coffers in this deck. So Iridescent Vine Lasher is the wrong direction. We are not landfall. We are not making 17 lands enter play all at once. Like, that's not the joke here. Or at least that's not the vibe I was getting. I think I would consider cutting Torment of Hailfire. Seasons past. What are we doing with this card? Curtain's Call. Like, there's a lot of budgetary includes here that I feel could be better. Like, I feel like Curtain's Call could just be like a Soul Shatter, an Edict kind of thing. Mirror Box. Okay. You just need 120-20. You'll kill people so fast. There's a thread in general chat. In fact, let me pin it. You can't pin a thread. I'm going crazy. All right, great. Okay, so, okay. Valakut, as a recommendation, is a little bit funny, but it's not good. You need Scape Shift. You need to drop 50 lands into play. You can do that with World Soul's Rage. The reason why Shifting Woodland is in the deck is because you can copy Dark Depths with it from your graveyard. And then you have a Dark Depths with 0 counters on it. Does anyone else feel Nissa Vital Force is a little too slow? Like, Nissa's Vital Force, Season Past, Curtain's Call, Windgrace's Judgment, Big Score. Are these cards, like, sticking out to anyone else as, like, listen, maybe in, like, 2010? I even think Rampaging Baloths and Omnath is a little bit strange. Vesuva gets a little pricey. Vesuva also doesn't work with Dark Depths. Right, let me make sure that you know that. Oh, thank you for the chat, Steven. Yeah, no, it's been an incredible experience, all this. I blew up really fast. So this is my advice. Now, if these are pet cards of yours, disregard immediately. You should be having fun with your pet cards rather than listening to me yap on about like a big mana value thing. I would cut Nissa, Omnath, Rampaging Baloths. Top 3 cards of your library gain 3 life. No. Dread Presence is hilarious. Read the Bones. Like, these are my opinions of cuts. Okay, Omnath will go immediately back in if this is your pet card. I refuse to cut it if you want to play with it. Because Omnath, honestly, not the worst card. It'll still do things. I think Sign in Blood gets loses the plot a little bit. Double Black. We have Herborg, but double Sweepers. Windgrace's Judgment definitely goes. Curtain's Call. Definitely not Big Score. Curtain's Call could probably be Soul Shatter. Arrow I like. Chaos Warp I like. I'm in on all these other cards. Even Red Elemental Blast. No, I put Omnath back in. We're not gonna... I like Curtain's Call a little bit, but there's better options. So that frees up 9 more spots. Night's Whisper is better, but let's move back to lands. Is there something we're missing here? I'm specifically looking at 3 drops that are non-legendary. I think with a flare, you have Flare of Cultivation. Mwah! I love Flare of Cultivation. The thing is that you probably want some creatures to kill with it. I think you want a couple dorks. Arboreal Grazer is a big one. This card is great. Gruul lands, I would probably just put in the first Surveil land. Commercial District? $8. Let's cut probably just a mountain. I think you can update the mana base over time. I'm not going to get any deeper than that. You could just start getting duels a little bit. If you manage to pay 20 life into Toxic Deluge to get Merit Lage kills, that is impressive. Yeah, I'll only be adding like really cheap new cards. I think you're kind of going to be yearning for a couple dorks like Elvish. Just a couple small guys you can sack on turn 1, Arboreal Grazer being the best. What's the deal with this deck? Dark Depths, Thespian Stage. You can also Shifting Woodland, your Dark Depths from the graveyard. I see you already have Glacial Chasm in the sideboard. This should go main eventually someday. It's a very good crop rotation target. It's also very good with Shifting Woodland because you can pay 4 mana to copy it from your graveyard. And then Shifting Woodland comes... you can fog for a turn. There's still submissions. Check the Discord. There's a thread to put your deck in. What else would cook here? I think a Eternal Witness. I'll do a deck comparison later and then do some budget cuts. I see. Okay, so here we go. We'll sort by price. We could probably do without Talon Gates of Madara for now. Probably do without Theator's Proving Grounds. Archridge Triumph's a little pricey. Colony Garden. I like Colony Garden. That's pretty funny. So keep in mind you can't sacrifice a token creature to this. Yeah, I was assuming 150 for new cards too. That's fine. I think the big thing you want is a Woodland Bellower package. Just to sort of like get some dorks. You want all sorts of fetch lands in this deck. Fetch lands are so good. I think the card you should look on securing the most is Dryad of the Elysian Grove. This is like the first copy of this with the first copy of this is like boom. And I feel like cutting these signets for actual ramp cards or lands cards is a very apt call. Because rocks are going to get blown up. Rocks don't trigger your few land fall cards. There's reasons you don't want to put rocks in your lands deck outside of Sol Ring. You pernicious deed your own rocks, like Mana rocks have no place here. Shifting Woodland has a place here. Yavimaya, amazing card in here. But generally, just moving either more in landfall direction, like you can just add a bunch of landfall stuff, or moving more into these land combos. When you start to get, some more investment, you can start getting into the funnier stuff of land combos, like strip mine, wasteland, things like that. Shigeki is a very good recommendation. It also contributes to Delirium for Shifting Woodland. You can get back multiple cards with Shigeki. Yeah, I think overall, your original deck has like the right idea of like, we want to be sacrificing our lands and we want to be having Dark Depths in stage. It's just you don't have enough stuff to search for it. You need this Nylea's intervention. You want the crop rotation. You want targets for their crop rotation like Bajuka Bog that turn it into a charm that answers a million things. This is what makes the lands hum, is having a bunch of utility lands that each do their own unique cool thing that you can then cheat out into play and use like spells. The card I want to add the most is Beseiju, but yeah, of course the deck wants Aftermath Analyst, but it's also like a $10 common or uncommon. White of the Reliquary is good if you have sack fodder, but I think the problem is that the deck doesn't really have sack fodder. Like, Flare of Cultivation's struggling here. But yeah, I stuck a couple dorks in. I think going the White of the Reliquary direction. Oh, Analyst dropped. That's nice. Urza's Cave is kind of useful here. I would definitely also recommend Urza's Cave. Oh, it's $2. Eh. Like, we're getting a little stingy on budget now because I didn't realize that Rakton was like, I want $150 period, not I have $100.50 worth of upgrading that I can do. Thank you, Rakton. Anyway, that's my general advice, is I would try to get more consistency in here. Constance Mist is in the sideboard. Ah, no, it's fine. I do want to move on to Tayam here soon. Oh yeah, Shigeki's super cheap. I'm a big fan of Shigeki. Especially if we get Shigeki. Especially interested if we get Shifting Woodland in here, just because Delirium. Glaceon, listen to me. Don't build Lord Windgrace. Build Kura. Kura's so much cooler. No offense. No offense. Hang on. No offense, Rakton. That was mean. I do like Kira a lot more. Just because the tutor's in the command zone. Lord Windgrace is better for more colors for crop rotation targets, and also better for card advantage and card draw engine sort of deal. Kura in recursion. Kura's really good at just actually tutoring and finding the combo, though. Check out my YouTube video about Kura. There's a lot of cool lands commanders. I think we're going to move on to Tayam here. Shigeki's effect is kind of overcosted, but this deck has so much ramp and it's instant speed, so you can hold up interaction and then Shigeki when you want to, when the fields are down. I already have deck lists that have been queued up. I can't get to every single deck. There's just way too many, and I can't guarantee the order I'm going to get to them. The only order I've kind of imposed is that we're going east to west. And we'll start getting to more west decks here soon, just because of time zone considerations. People want to go to sleep. It's a Sunday night. There's work tomorrow. Stuff like that. We have a totally foiled out Tayam deck. There is no queue. It's just laissez-faire. I'm going to pick out the decks that I feel are going to be worth talking about, so on and so forth. I wasn't sorry if there was a misunderstanding here, but what I said is Italy definitely counts as east of the US. And so your deck would come first if I happen to choose you. I'm just not going to look at West Coast decks at all. But you are in the pool of East Coast decks that I'm considering looking at, or like Eastern decks that I'm considering looking at. That was the meaning of this. Anyway, we're going to look at this Tayam deck now. I love Tayam. I think it's actually a really cool take on an Abzan sort of graveyard deck. Abzan is cool. But there's not a lot of cool commanders for Abzan. Most Abzan commanders care a lot about the graveyard to a fault. And the thing is, Abzan, the fun spin that Tayam puts on it is that it also deals with counters in addition to caring about the graveyard. So I see we have engine fuel, so I'm already invested in this section. And I'm going to just sort by creatures and stuff. We're going to group by type and sort by mana value. Creatures. Yes, Wall of Roots is here. Great. Heartstone is dangerous. But that is an interesting inclusion. Can I ask why you have Heartstone in here? Is it just to reduce time? Is there a combo here that you're doing? Or Tayam enjoyer, where are you? Excuse me. You drink the ginger ale, the ginger ale drinks back. Oh my gosh. Alright, just breathe in a little ginger ale for fun. Love that. Is our Tayam player not here? Because if so, we gotta move on. Hello, there you are, Savia. It's an enabler for Tayam. A lot of the deck can combo with just normal pieces. I definitely think if Heartstone is just an enabler for Tayam, you're getting a little too dangerous and a little too lost in the sauce. I definitely... It is a little interesting because it can combo with Ashnod's Altar. You can have, like... You can have a 2-cost activation Tayam, a creature that comes back with 3 counters, and then you sacrifice it to Ashnod's Altar and you just start looping. I see Sadistic Glee. If you are very intent on comboing, you should probably have the Adapt Lizard. Okay, you are already aware of the Adapt Lizard. The Basking Brood scale. Because this will combo with Sadistic Glee. It is a very popular deck in Pauper right now. I actually think Adapt in general could be a really cool direction for this deck, where you like adapt onto creatures, and then you can like rip the counters off. Though I do like it'll trigger off of Good Fortune Unicorn as well. It's a funny thought, but I think you're going a little bit more combo-y. Yeah, you can adapt a creature with Adapt, and then remove the counter, and then readapt it. Because Tayam lets you remove counters. Excuse me. You should definitely be considering that. Another thing is, do we have a Nesting Grounds? Nesting Grounds. We do not have Nesting Grounds. That is a huge card you need in these sorts of strategies. Nesting Grounds lets you take a counter from a permanent and move it to a different one. What does this mean? Adapt, remove a counter from the adapted creature. Or you have a creature with adapt. The adapt cost is very expensive. You move a counter from a creature to another creature. Or to it. Like, you can put a +1/+1 counter on it from Nesting Grounds. That counts as putting a +1/+1 counter on it, and it will trigger. Hazel's Brewmaster is an incredible addition. You already have Devoted Druid, as Glaceon said. So, Hazel's Brewmaster, incredible addition. You exile your Devoted Druid to this, you get infinite green mana, because -1/-1 counters on a food means nothing. And then you can also Tayam, of course, using the counters on the food, I'm pretty sure. From among creatures you control. Not quite, but you still get infinite green. Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot of fun things you can do besides comboing. Wall of Roots would be a good one to exile as well. Just like, it's a mana rock every turn. Nyx Weaver. Yeah, I like the Hazel's Brewmaster in here. I think it's pretty cute. I noticed that we have a Tanglespan lookout. How many auras do we have? Or is there like a combo with auras? You have a lot of auras. It's any deck. You can submit a CEDH deck. I don't mind. I'll look through it as best as I can. Yeah, this is generally just what I find interesting. Different directions a deck can go. Showing off decks for my viewers. Also, taking suggestions from chat. Chat has given a lot of great suggestions. Oh yeah, no, of course. Absolutely power down Tayam. Tayam's very strong. You know what you should put in this deck, though, is Oubliette. Tayam's so good with Oubliette. Grasp of Fate, Oubliette. It's like, bring back monsters. Okay, it's an aura deck aimed at being political. Now we're cooking. And then we have a little bit of combo stuff going on. I think Hearthstone's a pretty good cut to make. I think you're going to get comboed out from your own Hearthstone by your opponents. It's a little bit sad. I definitely think Heliod's Pilgrim is definitely a good suggestion. It's a good loop to have as well with Tayam. Lie, Micro Tyrant, Tingle Winder. I'm trying to think of what really interests me about Tayam, like counters and stuff. Like, there was a deck I built for a video. Super budget decks, abs and counters. And I'm just gonna try to get a feel here of like what's going on. I think Luminarch Aspirant. That's a vibe. I'm a big fan of Luminarch Aspirant. Ooh, I see Hateful Eidolon. You know what else I've built? Neva. So Neva, this is a Screams from Within combo deck. So here we have Screams from Within. And this is enchantment auras, like enchantments and stuff too. Same direction you're going. Yeah, you can attach auras to hexproof when you're reanimating the auras. I love that. Ghoulish Impetus. Screams from Within. Screams from Within plus the Eidolon. You will kill every X1 in play and draw that many cards. I saw you had the Micro Tyrant. If you make a lot of X1s and you face a lot of X1s, Screams from Within just goes bang, 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 bang. All these creatures dead. And then you draw that many cards with a Hateful Eidolon. Could be pretty funny. That's the general gist of this deck. Fungal Fortitude could be pretty nice. Just like a repeatable, like, bring back, protect Tayam. It has flash. It's better than Kaya's Ghost form in that way. But yeah, like Kaya's Ghost form, ask yourself, do you want this to have flash, and are you willing to pay one more for that effect? I think the answer is generally yes. You'll want the flash. You could run both as well. How often, can I ask, Gaetano, are you going wide? Do you have like a wide board of creatures and they have +1/+1 counters on them? How often does that occur, would you say? Yes, submissions can be made in the Discord. There is a thread. Tayam can make both at instant speed as long as it's in the graveyard. I was asking specifically, like, Micro Tyrant here makes a lot of monsters if you've milled a lot. Like, how often is your board wide? Like, I know Siona as well. You could do... Yeah, I see Siona, but I don't see, like, the one funny card that combos with her. Shielded by Faith. It happens frequently, but not every game. Okay, because if you did make wide boards, this is a 24-cent bomb in a +1/+1 counter deck. Like, this ends the game on the spot. This is better than Martyr's Cause or whatever the card's name is that gives all your creatures double strike and lifelink. This card needs to see more play in counters decks. It's only 24 cents. Just like my entire board of 1/1s are now 5/5 angels. Attack. Like, wow, what a finisher. Though, once again, if you are not going wide, not worthwhile. Metastatic Evangel could be pretty good for you. Just proliferating. Do you have a Scholar of New Horizons already? Doesn't look like it. I feel like this card is missing. You can tap to remove a counter from a permanent you control. To search your library for planes and reveal it. Any planes. It does not have to be a basic planes. That's fair. That's fair. If you do not need the Sigarda summons you feel, then don't add it. I'm just going through cards that I feel are good suggestions, and this is one of them. You can get any planes with this card. And it removes a counter from any permanent, enters with a counter. Like, this will help you find land drops. Feels pretty good. Yeah, Scholars are an incredible card. Very fun, too. This is another card that people don't tend to play. Shale. Embrose. Embrose will draw you cards when creatures with counters on them die, and also puts +1/+1 counters on creatures. You can also ping down 1-drops as well, or 1 toughness creatures with him. Shale lets you put a counter on your whole team. That event heard. So it's another interesting card. I feel like in general I made a lot of budget like calls in this deck. Ooh, Hopeful Initiate, of course. If you are filling your creatures up with counters, Hopeful Initiate as repeatable destroying is pretty good. Though Tayam does that as well, but you need to have her in play. And typically people will kill Tayam on the spot. People know that this is a very deadly card. I feel like... How many curses are we running here? I just think I saw the one. Lithiform Blight. Loses all land types. Now, is this just land hate? Against Slinger decks and decks that have a lot of passive abilities on board. I think the first copy of Rule of Law would do you a lot of good. Like, get an Archon of Emeria, a Rule of Law. Just one. You don't need more. If you're rocking the tutors for it, then yeah, like, we can kind of go ham a little bit. It doesn't look like you really have that many tutors. So here's the thing. How often are you just chaining enchantments into each other? I see you have Sterling Grove. Yeah, just one copy's fine. Do you have turns where you go cantrip, 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 cantrip with your Argothian Enchantress or Scythus? I like that suggestion, Doometer. I'll get to that after I'm done with my point here. Because if you're cantripping like that, then great. These are really good. And you probably don't want a Rule of Law. But if you're facing Spellslinger decks and it's like, oh great, I'm getting stormed out, one copy of Rule of Law with Tayam, it's like, good luck. Archon of Emeria, something along those lines. It's a very good card to be including in these decks. Because Tayam can recur it. Ooh, so Tanglespan Lookout is the one that triggers the most often because of activating Tayam, I assume. Because if that's the case, you should probably move to Constellation Mana Dorks instead of Cast Mana Dorks. If you find that you are getting the ETB value from Tanglespan Lookout more than the cast triggers of Scythus. Something like not Nightlias. So this is something I do in my Farrakha deck a lot, right? You have Eidolon of Blossoms, which isn't 3 mana value or less, but there's also there's one other one. Are you? I've gone mad. I can't find it. The Destined Champion. There we go. Enchantment enters the battlefield under your control. If you find that more enchantments are entering the battlefield, you want Setessan Champion and Eidolon of Blossoms more than you want Argothian Enchantress and Scythus. They both can be good, but if you're recurring more than you're casting, that's something to keep in mind. Okay, I see Setessan Champion. Maybe Eidolon of Blossoms. I know it isn't 3 mana value or less. Like, you can't recur with Tayam, but it's still pretty good. Something funny about this sort of deck that I'm just thinking about now. I kind of want to take a look at Light Paws. We still have it around? Yeah, there we go. Because there have been a lot of very good enchantments over time. And synergy. It doesn't look like I've cooked quite too hard. Yeah, there's nothing here that you don't already have that's doing good. That being said, Innkeeper talent, very good. Innkeeper's talent is just I feel like your deck would benefit a lot from having Innkeeper's talent and Luminarch Aspirant and Metastatic Evangel just like proliferating. Yo, no, I'm not saying to add light pause. I was just looking at my light pause deck because you have an aura deck. I was sort of getting a vibe. But Metastatic Evangel is from Modern Horizons 3. This enters, gets a vigilance counter. You play another creature. You put the Tayam trigger first, proliferate second. You get 4 vigilance counters across all your creatures. You're already returning things. Looks pretty hard. I think overall we've gone through a lot of what the deck is doing here. Metastatic Evangel is such a great card. Is there any other concerns you have for the deck? I mean, besides just adding like the first rule of law in, then yeah, we'll move on to any central or East Coast deck next. Overall, though, I feel you're cooking. I like the Planeswalker choices. Main win con is Ariette. I love that. Absolutely. You could maybe benefit from a No, I like this. Yeah, just enchanting your opponent's creatures. There is one really funny card in here that you don't have. Prison Term. Can't attack or block, activated abilities can't be played, and then you can like swap the creature around each time. Same thing with this card, the Shielded by Faith. I feel like your deck should have Shielded by Faith if you don't already have it. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah. So you already have Sionia. Sionia, Shielded by Faith is a combo that makes infinite 1/1s. Also, the Shielded by Faith, you can put it on any creature that enters the battlefield, including your opponent's creatures for Ariette. So someone plays their Voltron threat. Here, it has Indestructible now, also can't attack me. Someone else plays a different card, you can swap it to that. Shielded by Faith is like definitely the most missing card here. Because Ariette loves that card so much. Yeah, that makes sense that you cut it eventually, but like now that you have Sionia and you have Ariette, moving those counters or moving those auras around feels so cool. Another card is Arden. At the beginning of combat your turn, you may attach any number of auras and equipment you control to target permanent or player. You can choose opponents for this, opponents' creatures. You can move your auras with this. I think I saw a Redemption Arc already. Yep, right here. Redemption Arc. Arden moving these auras around seems very fun. Wheel of Sun and Moon is pretty funny. But I feel like no, Wheel of Sun and Moon's pretty cool. That could be a good suggestion if you ever run into a graveyard meta. But yeah. Enchanted creature has lifelink, and whenever a creature an opponent's controls dies. So yeah, more sadistically, you should have that one lizard in there. I feel like the Brood Scale, the Shielded by Faith, feels pretty good. And yeah, that's a fine concern to have, like not wanting to move stuff around with Arden. That's cool. Um, I think I am just about done here. Though maybe actually let me pull up one more card for you. Not back for seconds, is it? It is. Consider this card. This has bargain, so you can sacrifice an artifact, enchantment, or token. You make all three of those. Or well, maybe not artifacts quite as much, but you definitely make enchantments, and you definitely have the possibility of making tokens. Sacking one of those, you can return Tayam with this card, in addition to a second creature. The fact that it hits mana value 4 or less, like that's your breakpoint. I feel like this card very cool with Tayam. Because people are going to try and kill Tayam super hard. There's just no getting around it. I feel like we should be moving on here soon. I like the deck. I like the aura political theme you got going on. Feels pretty cool. Tell you what, Glacian, I'll move you to the end of the stream. It feels a little bit too much like favoritism. I'm going to be looking through the deck submissions thread. So feel free to leave your suggestions in chat now too. Go wide with tokens. Yeah, Eidolon of Blossoms is funny. Thanks for submitting your deck, by the way. It was I love Tayam every time I get to see it. Not a Voltron that kills through commander damage. I figured it killed through commander damage because it was a Voltron. Balrog beatdown. Is this okay? Hang on. There was someone who mentioned a Balrog Obosh deck, and if this is it, okay, guys, can we look at a companion deck? Feels pretty sick. I feel like Obosh companion's cooking. All right, let's do Obosh. My first question is like, what's the budget? What's the rub? Like, are we like, it can be anything. Architect, Moxfield, doesn't matter. But specifically Corn Mazed, technically budget's $200. So $200 is your cap. Yes, USD. We don't want to go past that. If that's the vibe, I can work with that. I'm going to just duplicate the deck very quick so we can sort of touch some cards. Few options, sort by mana value. Deck cards aren't really a thing, but I prefer to keep the second Balrog and the 2 Greeley 2 deep. Okay. Lucky you said that because I probably would have cut this card. And 2 Greeley 2 deep. That's cool. I like that card. Okay, so first things first, Rakdos Obosh. Typically, I'll want to let's look at your interaction package. That's always like the most dangerous part of any of these decks is like, what's your interaction looking like? Faithless Looting, Innocent Blood, Killing Wave. Oh, I think we're getting a little bit cute with the Killing Wave. Fewer the critics, it's a little cute. Why isn't this just the first copy of Lightning Bolt? were we like, ooh, nice, we have like some damage to opponents, let's get the synergy with Spectacle, and you just like Lightning Bolt is in here. Okay, great. Here's the thing about Skewer the Critics. I don't know if I like sorcery speed deal 3. I like sorcery speed deal 4. That's cooking. I would put Flame Slash in. But Skewer typically falls off for me. Yeah, like I'm not a big fan of Skewer. Here's what I would add. Red Swords to Plowshares. Flame Slash. Deal 4 damage to target creature. I would love to add Mind Collapse to the deck, but it's 4 mana. Price of Progress is 2 mana, my friend. You cannot add it to a Obosh companion deck. You know what? Ghostfire Slice may be better than Flame Slash. I think there are some times where you want to just... Okay, that's incorrect. Ghostfire Slice is strictly different than Flame Slash. Yeah, it's only 1 mana when you target a multicolored permanent. Blood for the Blood God would actually be incredible for this deck. For the Blood God. You are already sacrificing stuff. Like, you're... Each permanent sacrificed. You're probably sacrificing treasure. But I see Innocent Blood. I assume you have Fleshbag Marauder. You know, you're already killing a ton of creatures. You probably have Blasphemous Act. It's right here. Deal 16 damage to each opponent with Obosh. Does it? Let me check Ghostfire. Oh, controls. I thought it was only if it targeted. You know what? I think that will be better than Flame Slash. I agree. I think Killing Wave. This is not where it's at. Blood Money's starting to get a little pricey. You already have Mahadi. I get what you're doing. Okay, let me talk to you about Blood Money. I understand what you're doing. It's, ooh, I'm going to destroy every single creature. I'm going to make a ton of treasures. I can sacrifice those treasures to play Balrog for cheap. Blood Money is 7 mana. Already. This deck is, it's giving me vibes, so, of Judith. I'm getting, you know, notes of Judith. Judith, I built as an Obosh deck once, and by and large, the curve's pretty low. Yeah, they're tapped. You can't sacrifice them right away. You need to go next turn. Yeah, exactly. I don't like Blood Money. It just gets a little too pricey in terms of mana value. Dies, it deals damage to its power to target player or planeswalker. I mean, yeah, sure. Butcher of Malakir, if Grave Pact's a little pricey. Well, it's also illegal, but Dictate of Erebos is 5 mana. Reaver Cleaver, I like. Tap, target artifact, surveil 1, goad, target creature. It's just a mana rock. These are 3 rocks. Curious. I think... once again, let's... Would a lot of sacking be good with Tragic Slip? I like Tragic Slip. I think you want a lot more instant speed stacking, if that's the case, which I'm not sure if we're really doing that. Okay, you know what I just noticed? Okay, you have a lot of high drops. And at first I was a little curious, why do we have these high mana value cards? It's for Iara. That makes a lot of sense. Iara deals damage to people, by the way. This is not Drain. So you're going to be, like, nuking people with Obosh. That's incredible. Yeah, Wayfarer's Bauble should probably be a rock. This is just very good with Obosh. Gives you a turn 2 play. What else should we be adding here? Grim Haruspecs, yeah. Log, tax, treasure, sacrifice, treasure. Okay, so we're doing treasures. Let's check Judith. Marionette Apprentice. That breaks my heart. Yeah, I think Vat of Rebirth, if you don't have it already. Yeah, Vat. So this is a card that I'm surprised you're not on. Bam. Whenever another artifact or creature is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, it's in another deck. You'll have one copy of that, but it's way better in here. Yeah, you're right. It's good in here. Also, if you only have one copy, can you just buy a second copy? It's 36 cents. I mean, not to like, you have the means. Oh, hey, Quirtles. That's a name I recognize. Yeah, there is an odd CMC restriction here. Let's look at adventures. This is one of my favorite techs with Obosh and friends. Is like, this is a 2-mana play on a 3-mana card. I'm kind of a fan. One creature, one damage to each creature. Do you want a Pyroclasm? I could see that being very good with Balrog, or Blood for the Blood God Balrog. Obosh. This is actually 2-mana on the stack. It's not odd. Odd mana spree cards. That's pretty clever, actually, Kenaron. We'll take a look at those next. I'm just gonna jam all the cool ones in considering. Murderous Riders, like odd. It doesn't matter. Even. MV. Odd. You can also talk about split cards. Split cards, while they're not on the stack, have the mana value of whatever's in play. Yeah, Bone Crusher Giant's already in considering. Virtue of Persistence deals non-combat damage to an opponent. I don't think we're going to be doing that too often, though. Okay, let's we got Bone Crusher. We got one of the virtues. I'm a fan. Because it's like we need some 2-mana plays. Are you just passing turn 2 most of the time? Because if so, that's a little bit disheartening. Goldhound, I see. Yeah, so if you only have Shriekmaw, Virtue Persistence is cooking, Bone Crusher Giant is cooking. Like, you're gonna feel so good when you have Bone Crusher Giant up. Just a reminder, once again, to reiterate, this is gonna be even when you stomp on the stack. So Obosh will not work to double it. Yeah, split cards as well. I definitely think adding at least Bone Crusher Giant is the method. There is a 1-drop class that can be leveled on turn 2, but it's not in red black. Let's look at adventures. Let's look at Spree. Someone mentioned Spree. I think that's a great idea. Because Spree is odd. Is Spree odd always? Even when you pay the extra costs? Or do the costs matter? Strike It Rich I thought about, but ultimately I think it's a little bit too weak. Warlock class might be pretty worthwhile, but actually Warlock class was probably like cooking. Oh man, Rush of Dread. Target opponent sacrifices half the creatures they control rounded up. Discards half the cards in their hand rounded up. Half their life rounded up. That's interesting. Reach permanent sacrifice this turn. I think we're cooking there. Warlock class gives you a 1/2 like Eve mentioned. Level 1, level 2. Eventually get wound reflection on the table. Well, for your turn, wound reflection. Also, you'll have things leaving, having creatures die each turn, so just like pinging each of your opponents for 1. It'll add up. Play that on turn 1, each opponent loses like 2 life. Or like, like 5, like 7 life. Loss of life is not a non-bow with Obosh. I don't know what you're referring to there. It doesn't work. A non-bow? That's not true. Okay, it's only the cost at the top of the card. That's good to know. So, okay, Rush of Dread is interesting because now we have a combo, actually. Target opponent loses half their life rounded up. And then Warlock class, you drain for the rest. If you do it on your turn. Which is pretty funny. And it's really fair. This is not like we added a combo to your deck. This is a really fair combo. You have to level up Warlock. Yeah, exactly. It's really cheap. You pay that, you're really expensive. You pay that mana in installments, though. It's not quite 16 mana. It's an installment plan. Yeah, Descend into Avernus could be awesome. Yeah, 16 mana also isn't impossible. In Judith, I regularly activate Vorpal Sword because of treasures. Ooh, Stormclaw Rager is like actually incredible. I hope you have it. Yeah, okay, you need Stormclaw Rager. It depends how many treasures you make, but if you make a ton of treasures, pay 1, sacrifice another creature or artifact. Put a counter on it, draw a card. Revel of Riches is in the deck, yes. This is another card you should probably be considering. Seize the Spotlight if you don't have it already. So what happens when you have Seize the Spotlight and a Sacrifice Outlet in play? Can chat tell me? What happens when you play this card when you have a Sacrifice Outlet on the board? You draw 3 cards and you make 3 treasures because no one wants to kill their creature. That is also, here's the thing about this card. I'm pretty sure it doesn't target. Gain control of a creature that player controls. It does not target. It doesn't matter that their best threat has hexproof or shroud or ward. You don't target it. They will let you draw that card every single time. This is 0 mana, draw 3 with a sack outlet on board, and also reduces Balrog by that much. Prisoner's Dilemma is pretty funny with the Obosh. I wouldn't say it needs it, but it's certainly very funny. Don't mind me just looking through the cards here in my Judith deck just to get sort of a vibe again. Worn Soul Trader. I don't know. It doesn't look like you're typically making a very wide board. I don't know if Warren Soul Trader is going to be quite what you're looking for. Was in the deck, but the deck never explicitly goes wide. That is a very fair conclusion to come to. With 0 non-token creature generator. That's fair. Yeah, no. Like, if you don't go wide, you should not add the goblin. Do you know what's better than Prisoner's Dilemma? Nothing. Prisoner's Dilemma is pretty funny. Yeah, deal 8 to every opponent's fine and all, but this also deals 8 to every opponent, and it's cheaper than Prisoner's Dilemma. Like, I know that's a little bit framing, but I don't think we're burning here. I think we're stacking. I feel like the deck has no shortage of damage already. You could add Prisoner's Dilemma if you decided you wanted it. It is a fun card. Thank you, Lucille. All right, let's get to some cuts. Ooh, you know what? I'm kind of into that suggestion. I think one Bogart Trawler is definitely worth more than a swamp. The 2Gs. The first Bogart Trawler is always good in a sacrifice deck. Because just, it's a creature to sacrifice to Iara. It's a creature to sacrifice to, you know, so on and so forth. I do want to get to cuts now. Master's Vault. You know what? Yeah, it's any creature. At first I was like, we're not going wide. We're not really doing creature sacrifice. But then I realized that this just actually works with Fleshbag Marauder because it looks at every creature that has died. Yeah, with Obosh. Blood for the Blood God is 16 damage. It's right here. So can I ask you, how often Commander Sphere, Laser Screwdriver, Sonic Screwdriver matters? Like, I understand that, like, ooh, ramp is foundational. You should probably be running ramp in your deck. But, like, these cards, like, you're going to be... How often do you just have enough treasures to cast your stuff anyway? That's my question, is how often are you just, like, already cooking with treasures and you don't need these 3 rocks? I think we should at least cut 1 because Wayfarer's Bauble got put in. Can't be blocked. Goad target creature, surveil 1, tap target artifact. I think Laser Screwdriver could be cut. I like the Commander Sphere, tap it, sack it, and then that's like a 2 cost reduction for Balrog. I think that's cute. I think you could cut the Laser Screwdriver. I'm a fan. This is the one that lets you, yeah, discover X, where X is that spell's mana value. You need a lot of permanent cards in your graveyard. Craft with 1 or more creatures. All these commander cards, man. Can we just have like a year where like we only get 1 commander precon and it's not for each set, just to see how it feels? Because I miss it. It was cool. So many new cards all the time. I think Whisper Silk Cloak is a little expensive for today's Magic. Yeah, like, yeah, don't... I read the Bone Mask. That card's good. I'm not talking about cutting that. Haste. Can't be blocked. Except by legendary creature. Oh, Burnished Heart is in here? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. You're making treasures. Use the treasures. Good. Elks, not allowed in this deck. Bedevil gets a little expensive. I like how much interaction you have, though. Like, this actually feels very good. Create a treasure token, only triggers once each turn. I like that. Dialogue's great. Treasure Nabber's not good. I considered Strike It Rich. I don't think it's good enough. I don't think you want Treasure Nabber. It's just too niche. This is a little too cute. Can we agree that Clackbridge Troll's just like, you're kind of getting lost in the sauce? It makes people sacrifice. It puts creatures into play. This is too cute. I'm a fan of Torbrand and Rankle. Yeah, it's cute, right? That's the extent of the thought process, is that the card is cute. I think Reckless Lackey's also getting a little bit. Why is Nadier's Nightblade in there? Treasure. So Reckless Lackey is an impulsive pill for a greedy freebooter. This is not. But it's life loss, not damage. Okay, we are a little bit lost in the sauce when you say that. It's like negative synergy. It's not. Here's the thing. It doesn't trigger off Obosh. You are correct. When you sacrifice 12 treasures, though, it's okay that it isn't 24 damage. It's okay that it's only 12 life loss. If budget isn't an option, I would cut it for Ragavan. That's fair. I definitely think Ragavan's fallen off, though. Ragavan's all-time low right now. Ragavan is utterly mogged by Bowmasters and is like unplayably bad in Modern right now. I think I'm going to cut the Stalker as well, yeah. Yeah, you should not be focusing on maximizing Obosh because there's other synergies to be had. Like, oh, this card makes life loss happen to my opponents. I shouldn't add it because it's not damage. It doesn't trigger Obosh, or it isn't synergy with Obosh. It's okay that it isn't synergy with Obosh. The card is still good. It's not a non-bow. A non-bow would be like a card like Rest in Peace in a graveyard deck as your graveyard interaction. That would be a non-bow. Because it hits your graveyard as well, stuff like that. Yeah, if you were to buy Ragavan, I'd probably do it about right now. Because Ragavan is very cheap. Yeah, $30. I still won't put it in the deck. I'm not gonna put it in the deck. But it's starting to become a good time. I'm not a finance person, not financial advice. This is a card game. But it's currently all-time low. Less than Roaming Throne somehow. The reason why is because Roaming Throne's a good card. Ragavan sucks. Ragavan's a really bad card. You know, most of the time I wouldn't agree with this decision. Arena of Glory is actually a very good inclusion. Because the top end is a bunch of flying creatures, and some of these don't have haste already. It's like sometimes you just want to clock someone with a big monster that you normally couldn't have. Oh yeah, for sure. I would call Ragavan like unplayably bad in Modern. It's a very bad card right now. Commander gets a little bit cuter, but Is War Room really that good in this 2-color deck? Yeah, I would consider it. I think I forgot what I think. I do love this companion deck so far, though. This is very, very cool. Carrion Soul Cleaver, Wafer. We're starting to get into the hard cuts, I think. Ocelot Pride's way better than Ragavan, yeah. First Strike is just amazing word to have on a card at all times, not just on your turn. You just said that you don't go wide often. Is Victimize like Victimize is good enough. You have a lot of big monsters, but you're not milling them, you're not entombing them. How often do you have Victimize in your hand and you just don't sacrifice anything to it? I need to emphasize that Victimize is broken. This card is like so disgusting. But how often do you just sit with Victimize in your hand and like, I don't have 2 targets for it. I don't have a thing to sacrifice for it. I don't have, like, go down the list of reasons. Balrog does already have evasion, but the thing is that Cloak. You know what? Is there anything that gives menace? Was as a sack outlet to turn Balrog into a removal spell? Hear me out. Hear me out. Let me cook. Let me cook. We cut Whisper Silk Cloak, and we cut Victimize as our final 2 cuts. Or, well, I just added something as well. But Beamtown Beatstick has +1/+0 has menace. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player or battle, create a treasure. Balrog can only be blocked by legendary creatures. Your opponent with the Beatstick needs to have 2 legendary creatures in play to block it. Yeah, like, feels pretty rough. Menace is an awesome word. Sticky Fingers, I get a little bit more hesitant because Sticky Fingers is an aura. Reaver Cleaver's already in here. You wanted to keep other Balrog in the deck, that's fine. Maybe just Doomed Necromancer. It's an aura. Yeah, it replaces itself if the creature dies, but like you still have the aura problem where I target my creature with an aura, and then in response you lightning bolt my creature, and I've got 2 for 1. Yeah, no, I think you want Balrog to die sometimes. Yeah, like I don't think protection is a big concern. How often do you have like an Ashnod's Altar pop off? Where like you sacrifice 3 creatures, play Balrog, play a bunch of other monsters, like, or is this just a sacrifice outlet? Usually just an outlet. That's fair. I did just add one in the form of where are you, my beloved? Stormclaw Rager. It is unrespondable because it's a mana ability, but like, so long as it's a cost, it's pretty hard to interact with. I think Final Cut Ashnods doesn't feel too bad. Like, maybe Dark Ritual. And Dark Ritualing out of 3 rock is actually very good in this deck as well. Helps solve some of the curve issues you have. Yeah. I think Ashnod's cut doesn't feel too bad. There is one other card I want to shout out here. I won't actually add it to the deck, but Dictate of Erebos. Like, this is odd mana Grave Pact with Flash in your deck that counts like Sackstorm. Got a land, 38. No, I don't think I will. This is a very expensive deck. You have a lot of treasures, but I don't think cutting a land here is actually going to be beneficial. I like this. I like this. This is like a... I'm feeling pretty comfortable about that. I've DM'd you the list in Discord. I think let's move on. We've sat on the Balrog for, half an hour here. I asked earlier, but do you think Dwarven Ruins is too cute? I'll answer that. Where is it a land? It's not in the deck yet. Oh no, it is. Oh yeah, it's part of this cycle. I see. This is the same cycle as Havenwood Battleground. I think this would be better as the first copy of Gemstone. Not Gemstone Caverns. What's it called? There's a land that enters untapped. Okay. Crystal Vein. There you go. Thank you. We love Crystal Vein. This is better than the Mine, in my opinion. Because it just enters untapped. You don't have to wait a turn. There is one thing I need to shout out about companions, and that is that they pitch really well. If you want to put in like Force of Despair, something along those lines, I feel like that would be a very heads up inclusion in this deck list, because you will always have access to a black card in your deck to pitch for it. But besides all that mentioning, we can move on. Thank you for submitting a deck. Let's go through the lists now. You have a Ruby Daring Tracker deck? You need to send that immediately. Yeah, that's what I said. Ruby Daring Tracker, like that horrible uncommon legendary. I mean, it at least warrants like a small peek. I will let you know firmly if I can upgrade, if I can help like upgrade or like see anything about it or not. Ruby gets +2/+2 until end of turn. What is happening? I'm scared. This is insane. You're crazy. I love this deck. It's just all 4-drops. You're playing Ruby? You're playing Ruby and then you're only playing 4-drops. This is so cool. I think you're just too smart for me. I can't do it. You're too powerful. You're too strong. Scares me. Wait, hang on. Your max budget's 150. Okay, I can do a little bit of work. I can cook a little. I can cook a little. You need Fanatic of Rodus. Like, okay, listen, I know the joke is you don't need to play anything else besides Ruby, and then turn 4, you start doing some monsters, doing some monsters, doing some monsters, doing some monsters. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. My bad. Okay. You start doing some monsters, right? And then one Fanatic. All I ask of you. First copy. Or yeah, turn 3. I think first copy of Fanatic is good. So when you're only playing giant monsters of hate, how do you feel about Universes Beyond cards? I know some people, I see Death's Presence from Warhammer. I don't know if that's because it just took this one as the reprint version or not. No hate here. My man. Palantir of Orthonk. So you have Combustible Gear Hulk. How about like each end step? Like you just nuke someone from orbit, or you just get a Phyrexian Arena. They're gonna respect it. You're gonna draw the second card. You have permanent personal Howling Mind for this deck. It is more than a Phyrexian Arena already, though. You get to scry. You do get to scry. I cut one too many cards from your list. You know, happens. Put in Dictate of Erebos. Oh, true. Yeah. Wait, does that actually work? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, Obosh. I did cut one too many cards. Just undo the last cut I made. But also, like, Dictate of Erebos belongs in that deck. It's really good if you can swing the budget for it. I like all the 4-mana ramp we have going on. I think. How often do you get maximum temps, chat? Because it's always like a hostage situation when this hits the stack. I feel like I'm teleported into like it's about 2 to 3 normally. I have never played at a table in the last 2 years where like this is just like 4 mana get any land into play. That's incredible that you guys see max value off this. Cascade's good. Oh, you know what? Not with 1-drops. You should 100% Cascade. If you have it in the deck. Oh, from Snail's deck. Hemp's work. Didn't play any because of 1-drops. Makes total sense not to. That is a correct call. Like Ruby. I like Warstorm Surge. Did the Pair of the Peaks. It just got reprinted. It's $15. I mean, if you can go up to 150, first copy of this feels pretty good. Fires of Yavimaya, I'm not really too into. I don't think we need haste. There's like big Gruul beatdown. March of the Ants. Can be countered, draw cards equal grade toughness. Then put any number of creature cards from your hand on the battlefield. Yeah. Beanstalk. You're cooking. Up the Beanstalk, anyone? Yeah. That's man, yeah, what was that? Rhythm of the Wild, yeah. I don't think I would add it. Rhythm of the Wild. Just like, sure, make stuff uncounterable, but didn't really matter too much. Yeah, Arena of Glory is a good suggestion. Normally Gruul sort of escapes me. You should probably have a Xenagod as well. Is he still expensive? Has he been reprinted? Oh, yeah, he's fine. For the $5. And that's about 150. Xenagos is amazing in here. Like, we should have this monster. All right, I feel we've cooked a little. We got some big monsters in here. Got a lot of creatures. Can you explain to me, please, the 1-drops? I'm not following with the 1-drops. Like Vines of Vastwood, Royal Treatment. Ruby has haste. I see. So you just like protect her immediately. Early game interaction, Ruby has haste. Play Ruby, hold up any protection. Okay, I think you can take out some of the bad protection. There's a few in here that you probably don't need. And I noticed that you don't have cameos safekeeping. That's the best one. Yeah, Shock should not be in here. Lightning Bolt's here. Okay, I was about to say you have Shock, but not Lightning Bolt. I was about to explode. Destroy target permanent, non-aura enchantment, loses flying. You can untap Ruby with the Emerald Charm. Gains hexproof. Like, listen, I understand the joke. Is like, yes. But I feel like there's a couple here that are just worse than the others. If it was kicked, maybe a target spells or your build. I feel like you should just only settle for the best. Tyvar Stand, Tameo Safekeeping. Like, let's keep it good, you know? Isn't Lightning Bolt kind of bad at Commander? No, it's Red Swords to Plowshares. Bolt your 3/3. Legolas's Quick Reflex. Is that still expensive? Yeah, it's $20, but I'll add it to considering. This is something you should consider. This in a big monster deck is very good. And you should try to swing it someday, maybe, but I'm not going to add it to the main deck. Mercury. End the Festivities, Shattering Speed. How often does End the Festivities like actually pop off in your deck? Like, this is really good in the one guy who pings, and then all of your pings become 3-drops. Yeah, exactly. Like, these are just like, I understand you play it off Ruby, but like, pick your poisons. I Curtis Root's like kind of your worst 4-drop accelerant. Like overall, I think what your issue is it's just a card quality problem. Um, I actually do like Smuggler Surprise. That's a good recommendation if it's cheap. Yeah, it's $2. Sure, add that in as well. Smuggler Surprise. This is 2 mana heroic intervention for all of your 4 or greater creatures. Also, tooth and nail, kinda. Very. Yeah, I think your card quality was like like a little below precon. I think we have too much like doubling up of things. You know what I mean? The one with counters, yeah. I feel like this is a lot more comfortable. We're like, we have all these monsters, we have all these interactive spells, and then you have a bunch of value at the top end. Win with March of the Last Ends, win with Terror of the Peaks, win with Xenagos. Like, this is a Gruul beatdown deck you can be, like, consistent with. And what's our 4-drop count? It's like 7. Like, that's where we're going to be landing with Ruby most of the time. You only have 7 4-drops. It's a little rough. Have you considered, actually, wait, have you considered 1 mana dorks? It feels weird. Because, like, if you have it on turn 1, I guess that is a little weird. Oh, you just have a lot of 4-drop ramp spells, I see. I'm not normally a big fan of Return of the Wild Speaker anymore. But I'm kind of outclassed. Yeah, if that's the case, I would instead maybe. Yo, yeah, leather armor's in here. Ooh, I didn't see that. Yeah, tell you what. You have a gate. You do not have a gate. Yeah, I'm not a fan of leather armor. If you end up putting gates, Securitas route gets better. Um, I think this cooks now. Leather armor turn 2 doesn't seem awful. Yeah, getting basics is fine with Securitas route as well. I think I actually do agree with all the 4-drops. I think you just want to cut these 6-drops then. 2 land cards, put them on the battlefield. Exile target player's graveyard, create 2 boars. 2+1/+1 counters. I think Titania's Command is like the underwhelming link here. All right. You know what? Got to admit it. I thought Ruby was gonna be sad and bad, but turns out Ruby was just fine at the end of the day. Um, yeah, Manadork in the command zone. I played Giada for a little bit. I understand the feel. Mono Blue Shrine's Mill does sound pretty funny, but I'm gonna look through the other decks as well. Um, really quickly, I'm just gonna create a new folder called Stream, so these do not clutter my decks. All right, let's look through the Discord and chat as well. Enchantress. Ooh, is that the Hydra Eve? That's pretty cool. Nashi deck? Which Nashi? Moon's Legacy in the thread. Okay, I'll take a brief look at Legends Matter Nashi here. Let's take a look at some Legends Matters. It's not just East Coast anymore. I'm looking at everything now. If I happen to pick an East Coast deck, I happen to pick an East Coast deck. But each deck's been getting about like 30 minutes. Hang on just a moment. Before we get started, I will be right back. Let's just, I'm going to get a little break in. And we can kind of go ham after that. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. I gotta give myself another ginger ale. All right, we have Nashi Legends Matters. It doesn't look like we have much of a budget, so we can go a little bit silly, I presume. I love historic future stuff. Becky is great. That's from Exile or Great. Does this work with Nashi? I think you exile and then you cast the copy. You're not casting from exile, are you? It does work with Nashi. You don't, yeah, okay. I don't think this works with Nashi. Yeah, it's a copy from Nashi. It doesn't say exile the card and you may cast it. It says, I don't think this works with Nashi. Is cast from exile? I looked it up for my Narset deck. Okay, I'm gonna trust you, Lux. That works. So because this is not my deck, so you probably definitely you will definitely know better than me in terms of that. I like to see Mox Amber. Lots of historic matters. So I am curious about this deck. Is how are you typically finding yourself winning games? Is there a combo? Is it just fair beatdown? Like what are we working with here? I don't think I've made a Nashi deck before. It does not look like it. Yeah, no. It is kind of new, which has been my issue. So you have not had a good time winning games with this. Is it just because you're dirtling, you're not doing much? Like, what's the rub here? Okay, we're dirtling. We have a dirtle issue. Yeah, of course. There is more artifacts than I would expect as well. That is like one of the first things I could kind of noticed. I think Thieves' Tools is very strange. I understand you want to attack with Nashi, but I don't know if that's the way you want to be going about it. Like all the legendary spells, that's really funny. Black and gains fear until end of turn. Is that to attack with Nashi? Like, hear me out. Nashi's already a 3/4. You're going to be getting a couple attacks in without having to worry about it. Okay, here's my first swap. Um, is Aphotic Wisps. I'm going to duplicate once again. And Maze of Ith. So it's really hard to get in some of the time. Here's your answer. You swing with a monster and then you tap it and remove it from combat. You can use Maze of Ith on your own guy to get the attack trigger. Is basically the gist. Yeah, I feel like we can kind of pick out card quality and check things out. Yeah, I do think cloud key is a important thing to call out. What are we cloud keying? Yeah, like act weapon feels out of place. Like we're losing life. It does not work for legendary. Yeah, you can't cloud key legendary. Same thing with Semblance Anvil then. Non-basic land walk, thieves tools. I like thieves tools. I think I've come around on it. I think thieves tools is cute with Nashi. Key to the City is very awesome. I think this is one of the best things you've included in this deck. Mono black Nashi deck. Now there you go. These are different cards. They don't even remotely interact with one another. Trailblazers boots, I think, is the cut. Because, okay, my big issue, I like cutting top too. It's way better in mono black Nashi. So here, I like Thieves Tools a lot, actually. You can equip it to Nashi. It has power 3 or less. You get to swing in with Nashi. Like, we did hear that it was hard to get in with Nashi. So I'm fine with keeping the Thieves Tools. So I think Maze of Ith is fine so long as you do not count it as a land. Maze of Ith is not a land. You should be counting it as a... So, okay. Moving on. I would like to keep Thieves Tools in the deck. What I think you should be running in addition to Thieves Tools, in addition to Key to the City, in addition to... Oh, I like Sword Coast Sailor. Draw a card. Okay, you have a lot of really sweet cards here. At 2, I think Muddle the Mixture. This gets you Evasion, if you need it. And it also gets you Ramp, and it also gets you Card Draw. Which is like, what a stellar package to have. Yeah, if you have Psych Rift? I didn't see it. Yeah, you can get Cyclonic Rift with Muddle the Mixture as well. Frantic Search. I don't think this really has a Reanimator theme. I see Garuda. I don't think is Sir Conrad good in this deck? I know it's legendary. Oh, you get the ping when it leaves the graveyard. I think Tormod's better for you. I cut the Trailblazers boot. Yeah, so we get 1 ping off Sir Conrad. Yeah, more mill could probably be beneficial. I'm just not a believer in Sir Conrad. Oh, you know what? I believe in Sir Conrad if we're milling a lot. Like a ton. Okay, well, if it's mill we need, I can help with that. This is like my signature deck. Let's talk mill. I think first and foremost 6 if it's not in the deck already. Okay, we have 6. Great. 6 is awesome. We just added another land. We could probably like Satyr Wayfinder. Probably not a bad call. Divris is a good way to mill. Ooh, how do you feel about Tortured Oh, Angel of Suffering's a little too cute. Yeah, you can't really control that too much. It can get out of hand. I think Skull Prophet would be good. Skull Prophet's always treated me really well. I know it's not a legendary. We just added a non-legendary to the deck, but legendary or rat card. No. Grist, Flipwalker Grist wouldn't work with Nashi because there's nothing entering from the graveyard. It's entering from exile. Grizzly Salvage. I like, okay, you have old stick fingers. You know what you can also get with old stick fingers with? Muddle the Mixture. Like, yeah, Muddle the Mixture feels really good in this deck. I like Basim. Basim's very strong in this deck. Do you want 1-mana Tamiyo? I was thinking Tormod, but people seem to be pretty down on adding Tormod. I think just having Tamiyo as a turn 1 play. Nashi has like 3 moms. Cool. I mean, I'm seeing a couple discard outlets like Key to the City, stuff like that. Legendary or rat card from the graveyard and copy it. Entomb. But no Buried Alive? Bare End Alive? How do you like Buried Alive? Are you a big fan of this? Still, ultimately, we are not answering the question of how you win the game. And that is something we do need to get to the bottom of. Cemetery Prowler seems like another one that you thought produced legendary creatures. And same thing with Joyverse Familiar. Exile target permanent from your graveyard. You may play that card as long as you're... Oh, I like that. One Ring's already in the deck. Oh, you mean like the Saga? Ooh, Joyverse Familiar reduces Historic. Is that really good enough? We're reducing like... I'll consider it. Ooh, you're right. Okay, actually, we have the answer. So you could run Rona combo. Okay, yeah, you have Rona Herald of Invention. It's a looter that untaps whenever you cast a legendary spell. You know what's a legendary spell? Mox Amber. You know what you can do with an untapping creature? Retraction Helix and Banishing Knack. So if you're fine with combos, you can Banishing Knack your Rona, tap, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, return Mox Amber, play Mox Amber. It untaps Rona. You tap Mox Amber for a mana. You tap Rona, and you have an infinite loop here that creates infinite mana of colors that of your legendaries. Because Rona taps, Rona untaps whenever you play a legendary spell. This is a legendary spell that taps for mana and puts you up 1 mana. And Retraction Helix, Banishing Knack, it gives the ability of Rona, gives the ability to Rona to tap. From there, infinite mana. I mean, each time you cast the rock, you're gonna draw a card off Reki. You can mill everyone out with Sir Conrad. You know, you have some mana sinks and stuff. It's not like a guaranteed win, but you're kind of farming at least a little bit. You can Banishing Knack or Retraction Helix on your opponent's creatures or on your own creatures as well if you just need a tap to remove something. Stuff like that. What are you doing with that much mana? Like I said, Sir Conrad, you can mill everyone out. There's a few options, it looks like. Ancient One. Draw a card, then discard a card. That's an activated ability. I mean, there's answers in the deck. You can even entomb for them. Yeah, no, feels pretty good. I think that Rona combo, and you can even get Rona off Muddle the Mixture, feels pretty good. Because the other thing about these cards is that Banishing Knack, Retraction Helix, these are just okay cards by themselves. They're just fine cards on their own. And that's why I'm okay with adding that combo. Is there any other win cons we can go for in addition? I think Relic of Legends was mentioned. This should be better than Joyra's Familiar. This is tap a untapped legendary creature you control, and you can add 1 mana of any color. Yeah, and this also untaps each time with Rona. You can also do Honor Worn Shaku, but that's colorless only, but you can tap Planeswalkers to it. Untap a legendary permanent you control to untap Honor Worn Shaku. You can tap your Planeswalkers and stuff to it. Though it is only colorless mana, which might make it more of a considering card. Other wins we could be running. Let me think for a moment. There is the one coat of arms for legendary creatures. Am I going mad? I thought there was one. Does it say +1/+1 for each? Yeah, it doesn't say +X/+X. Each legendary creature you control gets +1/+1 for each other legendary creature you control. X tap, look at the top X cards, you may reveal a legendary creature card from among them. It's something to consider. Cast the copy. Exiling from graveyard, Gyruda. I mean, you could be moving to combat a lot. Corrupt. I'm trying to think of what like you're doing with corruption or corrupted conviction. Like, what are you sacking to this that feels good? You're not a sacrifice deck or anything. Is it just to bring like a non-token legendary creature that's in play back around? Is that all? I think that gets a little bit weird. I think Putrefy you can do way better. Okay, Doric. I like Doric then. Doric Nature's Warden. Search library for forest, put on the battlefield tapped and shuffle, and then whenever it attacks, you get transforms into it. Yeah, a nice cute little overrun. I like that. I am a little hesitant to add Blackblade Reforged because it doesn't seem like a lot of these legendaries have recursive abilities. So it's kind of just like Uh, let's just check cards that mention legendary creature. It doesn't look like much. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. I feel bad because we have Palantir. Okay, great. Excalibur. This is from Assassin's Creed. Yep. Ooh. I mean, pretty good. It doesn't give evasion. That's my main issue. Patra. Whenever a legendary creature with counters on it dies, draw a card. In the beginning of your end step, you put a plus and plus. I like that. Maybe we just go down. High Charm just kind of feels like space filler. Sultai Charm, space filler. Draw 2 cards and discard a card, artifact or enchantment monitor. I think we like this. I mean, I just want to give you some methods to like close out the game. Like I don't think we need to do much else besides like give it a little bump to like the lethality. Just a small little bump, you know? Nothing too out of the ordinary. I really like this model of the mixture in here. Let's get rid of Sword Coast Sailor, I think. Or maybe no, okay. I didn't see Sword Coast Sailor until after Thieves Tools. I think it is better than Thieves. Okay, great. We could Maze's End, but it's a legendary focus deck. Let's keep the focus on legendary. What's the one? Mana value equals 9. That equals whatever Cleopatra's from. ACR. Vorpal Sword. It might be too black mana intensive. Mana value 10. What does this card do? Is this not what we want? How do you feel about this card? It has a small amount of true anti-synergy with Nashi in that Nashi's already exiling them. But if you like mill a bunch of creatures and then I mean, it's a little cool, right? I hate Ring Sight. Sorry, I'm gonna have a quick aside while you think about that. Ring Sight is one of the worst cards ever printed. This card sucks in every single metric. All right, let's put in the triad. Oh, you can exile the legendary spells. I'm so in on for that card. Excalibur does 12. Great Hench does 9. It's pretty cool. The one-off unblockable doesn't matter when you have so many ways to activate it. Ring Sight is awful. Here's why Ring Sight is super bad. It is 2 colors, 1 blue black. The ring tempts you. Okay, fine. That's nothing text most of the time. Search your library for a card that shares a color with a legendary creature you control. Reveal it, put into your hand, then shuffle. So, can I ask you guys a question now? What happens when someone Doom Blades your legendary creature in response to you casting the spell? The answer is it's not very pretty. And I know we have multiple legendaries. We have multiple, you know. You don't pick a new legendary creature. If you're putting this in every single one of your commander decks, and this is not 100, yeah, 100% of the time it's better to add, it just, you should just have Grim Tutor. 3 life, not a cost. The ring tempts you. Most of the time, flavor text. If you're running a ring matters deck, maybe. But even then, ring sight is just, oh, the blowout potential is so bad. Shares a color with a legendary creature you control. Yeah, I know it doesn't target. It has to resolve with you controlling a legendary creature, though. If you have one legendary creature in your commander deck and it gets Path to Exiled, Swords to Plowshared, in response to you casting a spell, you no longer control a legendary creature when it resolves. You need any creature. It says right here, with a legendary creature you control. It's not just any creature. Yeah, no, this is like one of the worst tutors you could ever put in your deck. The ring tempts you. Oh yeah, you're right. The ring tempts you makes any creature a legendary. That is true. But if you have one creature, it's like the 5th best tutor you could be adding to your deck, which is not a compliment. In fact, it's even lower on the list. If you would run that card, you should just run something else. That is true that Ring Bearer makes a legendary. You are right. You are right. If you do have just one creature, though, it still is a blowout. No, but you are correct. No, I stand corrected. All right. Back to Nashi. Historic. You know what? The more I think about it, I think Blackblade Reforged is actually what this deck wants. Sword Coast Sailor giving Nashi unblockable when it attacks the player with the most life. You could totally kind of Voltron it out a little bit. Six Doctors, incredible. You need to keep a close eye on Sir Conrad. Notice how good it does, because I'm not a believer in it. But I'll leave it for now. In your hand, put the... Yeah, but there's just better options, Aelith. Even in a budget department. Ring Sight's just terrible. You're worth more than Ring Sight. I am, yeah, like I am not a big fan of Sir Conrad. I'm trying to think of the triad right now. Sorry, I went so silent there. I kind of want Buried Alive. I think this would be very cool if you could Buried Alive for 3 things and activate the triad same turn. This gets you to 21. Is there like another 9 mana value permanent we can throw in the graveyard? I mean, one option right here is if you build your deck correctly, Muddle the Mixture is just $1. Is Cultivate still in the deck? I didn't see a Cultivate. Ooh, you are right. It is any historic permanent. It doesn't need to be legendary. It's historic. Yeah, Blight Steel wouldn't work, but you could do historic. Metalwork Colossus. I think we're losing the plot a little bit with that one. You'll probably already have some other stuff in there. Buried Alive still feels pretty good. Yo, actually, Kozilek is hilarious. That is so funny. Because Nashi exiles the cards. Oh my gosh, Kozilek. How many children? Calm down. Am I going... It's not Kozilek. I'm thinking of Ulamog. Not 2Gs. Gosh. So, okay. Here's my thinking. Ulamog the Defiler. Enters battlefield with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the greatest mana value cards in exile. Nashi exiles cards pretty reliably already. Target opponent exiles half their library. I think Ulamog's a cool top end here. You have Lightning Greaves, you have Swiftfoot Boots. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. The cast copy of Ulamog will see the original Ulamog in exile. So this will bare minimum from the graveyard come in with 10 +1/+1 counters, Annihilator 10. That is the bare minimum if you cast it from the graveyard with Nashi. All right, we've cooked, guys. We've cooked. We have found our king or our royal, their crown. I don't want to assume your gender. Or, well, Nashi. We know Nashi's gender. Our king has his crown. There you go. There you go. The player is a queen. Let's just make our little, what I would consider good cuts. Savvy Trader might be it. I think this is slightly, like, too cute. Like, 4 mana for ramp feels like top end. Yo, actually, Displaced Dinosaurs? Okay, it's a little rough to get this in play and then cast something off Nashi. That seems to be my only concern. Yeah, Joyous Familiar is better than Savvy Trader, but hear me out. Both of them just shouldn't be in the deck. Okay, Cultivate is this card. Yeah, I think Cultivate can... I think this is a pretty happy place for the deck list to be. I'm not sure which chat you're in again, so I'll just drop it in both YouTube and in Twitch. The link to the duplicated version. I think we have about time for 2 more decks, maybe 3. I'm looking through the chat. I'm looking at Twitch chat. Trying to find a deck. Oh yeah, sure, you can absolutely ping me in the Discord. Let me know how it goes. File Smash. Urban Ninjas. This guy Monks. Mardu Spellslinger. These are not Patreon picks. This is 100% free. It's just what I feel might be cool to talk about, look at, upgrade. Roon Karuga, Battle Cruiser. Yeah. Tell you what, I'll queue up the Roon deck. Because I do like Karuga Companion. Um, 1 mana Ashnod I want to see as well. If we can get a link to that, or if it's already in, I see it in the Discord. Your 10/10 Eldrazi. Ashnod? Um, I'm just looking through the Discord. Discord is in the YouTube banner. Like there should be a little link to it. If not, you can go through to my Twitter and it's in my bio, or it's on Twitch, pinned. There's a few ways to get to it. It's in any of the descriptions of my recent videos, stuff like that. Tell you what, Glaceon, we'll stick your deck last. And let's thank our mods a little bit by go ahead and throwing some things on the end, and we'll see where we go from there. Can you just DM me your list, Blizzard? Eve. Sorry, I called you Lizard because your name. Anyway, first things first, let's look at Garth. Or not Garth, sorry. Roon and Kruga. Yeah, you can just DM me the list. Garth is gonna come soon. We are going to look at Roon first. And my first thought is we love Seedborn Muse, but where is the love for Drum Bellower? We have this. We have White Plume Adventurer. Okay, we're good. Let's go ahead. Sorry, I know some people like categories. I'm a big by type guy. I'll tell what the card does by looking at it. So, my first thought is that I'm not. My first thought here is that I am not seeing a lot of adventure creatures. I'm not seeing a lot of split cards. Do you just pass your first 2 turns, or are you cheating in some way that I'm not finding here? Is there some amount of cheat going on that I'm not privy to right now? There are 2 suspend cards. I see, yes. There's Search for Tomorrow. And there is some other one that I'm missing. Rift Sower. Okay, I see. So that is not ideal. I think you want the first copy of Brazen Borrower. Like, absolutely. First one of these, brilliant. Just some nice interaction. You are all sorcery speed. Like, have a bounce spell. Take that one to the bank. This is 3 mana in your deck. I like that Roon can flicker your opponent's creatures. Okay, you need to cut Moonshaker Cavalry. I am not really in on this card. You already have Craterhoof Behemoth, which is better in every single way than Moonshaker. Moonshaker doesn't give... it gives flying. What happens when you're up against the flying deck? A little bit of a situation there. Can we agree? Craterhoof punches through. This does not. Love Resolute Archangel. That's hilarious. Isn't it just redundancy, though? Yes and no. I do not consider Moonshaker a good card. Even if it's a redundant piece, even if it's whatever. Moonshaker just... it's never had, like... how often are you playing Moonshaker for 8 and then flickering it with Roon? Is that, like, a thing that happens in your deck? Or is like you play it for 8? Yeah, even N-Rays Forerunners feels pretty good. It's like trample's just a better word than flying. Yeah, Search for Tomorrow and Rift Soar are already both in the deck. Rumbleweed, yeah. I don't know. There's other options. There's the one giant that enters as well from the game nights. Interesting. Gyre Engineer bring us to 5. And Chroma's Memorial has the similar issue where it's just like flying isn't that good of a word. Flying's great most of the time, but sometimes where like it's just worse than trample. What would I put in place of Moonshaker? What's our budget here? We're not cooking with a budget. I think yeah, no, end step return doesn't even work with Hoof either. I forgot that Roon isn't immediate returning. Yeah, I think this is the one deck I spoke for. How about Galta? Like you draw 50 million cards with Karuga. Galta, the Stampede Tyrant or Stampede Behemoth or whatever it's named. Like new Galta seems kind of ham. If you often have like 10 or so cards in hand, Galta feels incredible. And you have Yorion. Oh my gosh, you have Yorion? Yorion, you flicker it, return it on end step. Flicker Karuga, flicker Galta, flicker all your giant monsters. They all re-enter play on your opponent's next end step. And then you just like vomit out another hand. Oh my gosh, Galta should totally be in this deck. That is disgusting. Immediately when I mentioned Galta, I looked for Yorion. Yeah, Brazen Borrower, Galta. Yeah, Last March of the Ents would be pretty good, of course. It's just like a big finisher for dumb monster decks, you know. Slam a bunch of big idiots into play. Love the Mirari's Wake. It's interesting. I'm trying to think of anything else I'd want to do with Ruin. You That's fair. Ethereal Investigator never really did too much for anyone. I think my main issue is just like your interaction package. It's evacuation. Evacuation. Supreme Critic, Doomscar. Like, you are not interacting with your opponents, are you? Knight of Autumn. Whoa, you are battle cruising if this has a 70% win rate. There's no way. This is power. Like, that's cool. I'm not saying that as like, oh, this deck's awful. I'm just saying it's like, it's slow, it's fair. I like Cultivate more than Harrow in this deck. Um, what might be better in this deck is like, maybe instead of a Cultivate Kodama's Reach, you do like a Farhaven Elf if you don't already have it. You have Wood Elves. You have Farhaven? Oh, the one frog! What am I saying? This guy just came out. Clifftop Lookout. Boom. This is an incredible target. Yeah, don't worry about Farhaven. Clifftop Lookout Farhaven is probably better than Wood Elves and Kodama's Reach. Like, you probably want those on ETBs. What I'm concerned about also is just like someone plays a null, or not a null rod, sorry, a torpor orb. How do you answer a torpor orb? You have a Steer command. And then we have monsters to kill them with player removal. But if someone slams the, I don't really, my playgroup is very anti-stacks. That's fair. If you guys don't, if you never ever run into a null torpor orb, then you're cooking. We're good. Fractured Identity does that as well, but it's like give your opponents a torpor orb. This deck's about vomiting monsters into play, and I feel like if you already have a 70% win rate, it's working for you. You know your playgroup better than mine. Put that Galta in. Just have even more monsters come into play. I think that's about it. So, for my thoughts. I don't think Up the Beanstalk would really matter for you, even. You could consider some pitch cards. Oh yeah, you can't put beans in. Silly me. You could probably put like Helga. The Scal. This is probably better. Ooh, I do like Garrick's Uprising. That's also a very good recommendation. Yeah, Helga would be great for this deck. Add a Brazen Borrower. It would make me so happy to see a Brazen Borrower in this deck. Just like that one bounce spell, like, would be very nice. Anyway, let's move on. I mean, I've said what I said, and I always love a companion deck. All right, we're getting cool now. We have Ashnod. It looks like this deck's not finished. Is that true? Oh, is this like your IRL deck, and then there's like 17 cards in the sideboard that You don't own yet? Yeah, okay. Board. All right, Doom Eater, let's cook. Hangerback Walker, Stone Coil Serpent, Dockshide Chef. So, are we going to be comboing with this deck? Are we going to be doing fair beatdown? What's the sort of vibe we're going for that you want more than anything? Are we fair or unfair? Beatdown. Avoid combos. Keep it budget. What are we talking about? More fair, more fair. All right, I like that. Can certainly do more fair. Okay. So looking at all this stuff, it's interesting. Mono black artifacts is a very fun thing to build around. Do we have a nettle cyst? Yes, we do. So we're creating Power Stone tokens. What are Power Stone tokens good for? Well, they're good for casting artifacts. Yes. What are they also good for? Activating abilities, such as Cabal Stronghold. Do we have that? Because you can use them to activate abilities of cards, as well as having them just exist. Like, you don't need to cast artifacts. You can have activated abilities as well. Okay, yeah, no. I will keep the additions pretty cheap. Ooh, that is pretty stellar, actually. I like that suggestion a lot. Energy Refractor turns Power Stone mana, every 2 Power Stones, into 1 real mana. That's a pretty cool addition. Reach Swamp. Okay. Here's the thing about Cabal Stronghold. It actually works out because this also turns your fake mana into real mana. I like Energy Refractor. Do you have... Okay, another one that you almost certainly need is... Actually, no. You don't have a lot of mana pips that are colorless that are not on artifacts already. Let's check out Gemstone Array. I think we're going to get a little too expensive at 4 mana. I feel like Energy Refractor is good. And we can also kind of cook with... Yeah, Pawn of Ulamog, I like the idea of. There's a thread in the Discord. Firm Coil, Herald of Anguish. I love Herald of Anguish. Okay, so one card that I don't see in here that should probably be in here is... I think it's called... Yeah, Monumental Corruption. Target player draws X cards and loses X life, where X is the number of artifacts you control. How wide are we going with artifacts here? Because this is a win condition. If you have enough artifacts, you can just nuke someone from orbit, or you can just draw like 10. I think a Monumental Corruption would go really well. You could also consider stuff like Bontu, things like that. But Monumental Corruption doesn't. Yeah, no, this also goes so ham in treasure decks. Mahadi would love this card, but this doesn't make you sacrifice them like Reprocess or a lot of these other cards do. But if you draw this card, the thing about sacking them a lot is that if you draw this card, you know you have it, and you can just control how many you sacrifice. Is Battle at the Bridge a improvise? Yes, but I think it's a little. There's just better removal spells for one. Yeah, no, it is cool. So you often have 4 mana. I see Solemn Simulacrum, the Plasmancer. This is not a good card. Search your library for a basic swamp card, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. I don't think this cooks. I think this is a limited commander card. Low on removal we can fix. We can totally fix that. Inspiring Statuary I considered. But look at how many... Inspiring Statuary specifically says your non-artifact cards have improvise. These are all artifacts. These are all single black. Like, this is all it's reducing. Run Deathmark. Meteor Golem destroys any permanent. Love that. I think Phyrexian Flesh Gorger. Big monsters kind of losing the plot a little bit. Like, I think... So don't get me wrong, I definitely think the card's not bad. But it's definitely far from, like, a monster that's going to close the game. I think if you want more interaction, we can do more interaction. That is a possibility. I think, like, Dismember's, like, what comes to mind first, but that's a little bit pricey. Deadly Dispute, Fanatical Otter. Is that the one that gives you life? Yeah, no, I don't like this. What I do like, we put it in another deck earlier. Is it Aether Revolt or Kaladesh? Morbid Curiosity. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw cards equal to the mana value of the sacrifice permanent. So this sacking one of your big monsters, like Meteor Golem's done its job. Let's draw 7. You know, like you can sack a few of these without feeling too bad. There already a Vat of Rebirth in the deck? Doesn't look like it, yeah. Vat of Rebirth is definitely something you want to be cooking with. Has an activated ability that Power Stones can abuse. All that good stuff. Evasion / protection for Ashnod. So Ashnod is a Death Toucher. That helps a lot. What we can do is find... Never played before with it in command. What haven't you played with before? Vat of Rebirth? This card's incredible. Puts oilless counters on itself when creatures or artifacts die, and then lets you reanimate stuff. Very good. Right here in the sideboard. For all non-artifact creatures. Seems like most of your creatures are artifacts. Not dead after all. No, I don't think so. That's not evasion that we want. You could consider equipment. Equipment is actually very cheap to run because you can use the power stones to equip. Like, I think that's pretty cute, to be honest. There's also Razor Lash Transmogrant. Yeah, that's double black though. I don't know if we should be considering that. Like double black's pretty hard. Um, I definitely do think you want some amount of like returners. Like instead of like Carrier Thrall, instead of um Discordant Piper, instead of Doom Dissenter, you could be running cards that just return. And I mean, you can let me know if you wouldn't want to do that. But I feel like reassembling skeleton is better than all these cards. You could return a creature for extra ETB with it not dead after all. That is true. Rebooter is like a treasure token, I guess. Yeah, there's a reassembling skeleton. Orzhov Enforcer is one of these weird cards. You have a lot of these cards. Like, I feel like you already have a lot of monsters to sacrifice. Even Marionette Apprentice, it's so easy to sacrifice. Wait, do you have Marionette Master? Okay, that needs to change. Marionette Master is better than Apprentice. Since I can play something else turn 3. Yeah, but you already have 1, 2, 3. I think Mere Retriever gets a little bit weird. Mere Sire. Like, those ones are a little weird. Okay, so you'll get a second. I'll show you something in just a moment. Let me cook for a second. Um, I'll put back in Carrier Thrall and throw in Jadar. Jadar should have been in yesterday. Is this a budget cut? Because if this is a budget cut, I won't add it. But I think Jadar is just such an incredible card for this deck. How much is Ophiomancer nowadays? Yeah, you can't sack turn 2, but you can sack each turn thereafter. And Ophiomancer does the same thing. Like, something to consider. Yes, you can't sack the same turn, but like in that case, just play a character. Like, you can keep a couple. So okay, here's what I wanted to show you. Um, the MTG Hypergeometric Calculator. 99 cards is the population size. How many cards are you willing to sack after Ashnod on turn like 2? Greedy Freebooter, Bloodghast, Carrier Thrall, Dire Fleet Hoarder, Dog Detective, Dusk Legion Zealot, Marionette Apprentice's Servo, Novice Occultist, Reassembling Skeleton. Okay, that's 9 cards that you want to see in your opening hand. By what turn? Turn 2. So 9 cards. Calculate. You're going to get 60% of the time. Do you want that number to be like closer to a higher number or lower? Or is 60 just fine for you? Want it a bit higher. Well, okay, well what number are we shooting for then? I'll move this back to considering for Hmm. Cityscape Leveler, Phyrexian Triniform. I like all the 4 drops because it does feel like you're getting to turn 4 really early. So I think I'm a little bit down on Lash Writhe. And there was another one. Batterskull's a little weird. I don't know if Batterskull gets there. Basically every game. Well, I hate to break it to you, but you can never make this number 100. But if you want to throw in like a free mole, like we can get up to like 16 cards. Should be 81% at 9. It looks like it needs more cheap creatures to stack. There's already so many. With the free mulligan, you get an 81%er. I definitely could agree that we could maybe add 1 or 2. I think that's pretty. I think maybe 1 or 2 we could swing. The free mole you should always take into account. I don't think it should be Discordant Piper, Doom Dissenter, Mirror Retriever. Like, I don't think those are it. I like Perilous Mirror. That's funny. I'm slightly more in on Triarch Praetorian. There's Battlefield, each opponent discards a card. No. And then we're now out of 2 drop range. Bloodghast is already in the deck. So we added 1 more. 84% of the time. I don't think we need more than that. I think 84% of the time is going to feel pretty good. Is that high enough for you? I wasn't even counting Case of the Stash Skeleton. You love to sack that thing. 87? I think 87 is a pretty reasonable number. And that gives us 2 more slots to play with. Should work. All right, I'm happy to hear it. Whenever she attacks, all right. No, we just need 1 of the cards. Successes in samples, successes in population. The sample size, yeah, oh, I see. Number of successes is 16. Sample size is, I see. So this should be 11, this should be 16, or 11. Reverse. It's the same thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter either way. No, that should be the actual correct order. But it maths the same. I was like, it should math correctly. Let's hang on. Artifacts you control. 4x is the number of artifacts you control, plus the number of artifacts in your graveyard. Is there anything cute with Clock of Omens? Probably not. We'll check. The Mori Vault's already in. That's beautiful. Quite good enough. What can we untap with Soul Ring? Like the cranial plating, like the nettle cyst. So I think equipment is a very cute direction to be moving in. I think the first instance of like a Trailblazer's boots or anything that gives Ashnod basically unblockable. I think you would also kill for a Skull Clamp. I'm surprised to not see that in the deck already. Is that just like a personal choice exclusion, or an earlier build was more equip heavy? I do like that idea. Are you opposed to the idea of more equipping? I at least think you should have equipment that makes Ashnod unblockable. I think that is a very happy place to be. Transmogrant Crown doesn't kill the creature that it's equipped to, is my main issue with it. Like, there's just no competing with Skull Clamp. Skull Clamp's only $7. I mean, that starts to get pricey, but it's Skull Clamp, you know. $7 is seven, like, it's good. It'll be up to you. I think for now what we can talk about is what about if you're sacking these a lot, how often do you just like sack like 10 at a time? Because if so, Nadier's Nightblade go pretty hard. I don't know how frequently you are just going like sack 10 Power Stones to do something stupid. So in this deck. I could see it. Really quickly, let's do short MV. So what I'm thinking personally is like this might be pretty good Whisper Silk Cloak value actually. It's just because you have Power Stones, right? So it's like super easy to cast. Makes Ashnod unblockable when it matters. It does a lot for you. Ooh, the one funny sword. Yeah, Moonsilver Spear. There is does Heartpiercer Bow deal the damage, or does the creature it's equipped to? Heartpiercer Bow deals one damage. They know. They knew. They knew. I mean, this could be another Maze of Ith deck, but it's also like Maze of Ith is like a little bit pricey for it. Tax, you may sacrifice another creature. Yeah, Street Urchin would go insane with Ashnod. Um, I think I see you have Ghost Quarter and Demolition Field. Do you need to run both, or is there like a lands player at your LGS? Because I'm thinking just like Rogue's Passage, activate the ability on that land. Ooh. Yeah, I think put on the battlefield to shuffle. Demolition Field's really cool because you can turn 2 Power Stone mana into 1 real mana. I think, hang on, hear me out. Let's not run the Ghost Quarter. Let's run Rogue's Passage. Rogue's Passage, tap 4 Power Stones, tap this, give a creature unblockable. And then you can give Ashnod unblockable. You can have like a big monster with, you know, 2 copies of Lash Writhe because, or not Lash Writhe, Nettle Cyst because of Sculpting Steel, or, you know. There is a land like that for smaller creatures, but I want to have Access Tunnel can target this, but you need to think about the late game too, where we have a million artifacts in play, and this is giving +10/+10. We need to hit people with big guys. And you could say run both, but Cabal Strongholds in the deck, we need to be considering the fact that swamps, basic swamps, need to be heavy in the deck. We have Marionette Master, we have Marionette Apprentice. I'm gonna look through your considering really quick. There is the one Oval Chase Daredevil that could be pretty funny. Like 4 mana infinite sacrifices, but not infinite sacrifices, but you always have something to sacrifice to Ashnod. It's a little too cute, I think. Minas Morgul. Oh, you mean Cabal Coffers. Why don't we call it Cabal Coffers? Of course Cabal Coffers is good here. Oh, Gorebag? Is that what we're referring? Or this? I was like, yes, of course Cabal Coffers is good in the deck, guys. No, okay, you mean Minas Morgul Dark Fortress. I see. I love Wizards of the Coast. Put a shadow counter on target creature. This is sick. That's awesome. Yeah, that goes right into considering. I mean, I don't feel like this is missing too much. I mean, you did want more interaction, and I feel like, how much is Dismember nowadays? Dismember. Bitter Triumph. Yeah, like pay 3 life, kill something. Yeah, I think Defile is probably going to feel the most at home. Just -1/-1 for each swamp. You already have 30 swamps in the deck. Let's call it Defile. That feels pretty good. So, just trying to think if there's anything else that I'm missing here. I do like her activated ability of exile a creature card from your graveyard. War Room, once again, guys, keep in mind, Cabal Stronghold is in the deck. We need to keep the basic swamp count high, very high. Because each turn your land drop is not a basic swamp. This gets delayed by a turn. And those turns start to rack up once you get to like 2 or 3. You don't think you've ever used the activated ability of Cabal Stronghold? Or of Ashnod, I see. I was like I was scared for a second there. That's fair. It's pretty pricey to do. You just have so much fodder laying around. It's like it's interesting. War Room isn't that bad. Yeah, absolutely. I do want to look at a couple of your artifacts here. Trading Post is interesting to me. Sacrifice an artifact to draw a card. We can sacrifice a creature, return an artifact. Okay, I'm in. I'm in. Never mind. Stone Speaker Crystal. Is this just another copy of Hedron Archive? A lot of this sort of mana ramp you have going on. Ramping into big dumb artifact creature. I really, really want you to consider Skull Clamp for this deck. I know it's just generically good, but you have so many 1/1 counter generators. It's kind of crazy how much 1/1 counter synergy you have going on. Yeah, there's already a lot of affinity for artifact cards, or at least cards you can cast with this sort of stuff. Affinity for artifact cards would go really well with Morbid Curiosity. Yeah, no. Overall, I think I'm pretty happy with how this is looking. Um, I think this will perform pretty well, just in general. And once again, you're pretty set. You have an 87% chance to hit these cards. Like, I think putting Skull Clamp in just slipped your mind. Totally makes sense. Yeah, sometimes you'll just forget things. But we put Defile in, a little extra interaction. I think it was a big value here today. That Discordant Piper, Doomed Dissenter, Lazotep Reaper, Mirror Retriever, Mirror Sire. Like, we cut all of these cards. This was like 6 extra cards you didn't need with your free mulligan. Your free mulligan is gonna, like, you need to count that. Like, your consistency's already through the roof with this many creatures. Like, just don't worry, you'll draw them, and it cooks. Word really quick. Oxfield. Okay, I quickly am going to message Trinket Mage because we do have to record the podcast tonight. But then we'll go from there. Trinket Mage. Oh my gosh, it's already 10. I just realized. uh, so the website is a raid. Oh my goodness. Did we get a raid? Sorry, I don't have Twitch open. I'm really bad. I'll see if we can get one more. Because I do have to record a podcast. A raid of 1, but a raid's a raid. You know what? You're right. All right. Tell you what, I've made a promise to Trinket Mage. One more deck. Oh, no problem, Doom Meteor. One more deck. Any decks that I've already opened, i.e. Black Lotus Market Manipulation, we'll get to next time. That's a promise to you, Glaceon. Next time, I think I'll have a bit of a queue system, maybe. Instead of just like a, first come, first served. I'll think about it. There's ups and downs to either way. So, okay, I don't mind really. I just like hanging out. Okay, tell you what, we'll do this one next time. I want to get to How do you pronounce this guy? Ulasht. Okay. That's better than me saying Ulashit. Ulash. That makes a lot more sense, in fact. All right, Enchantress, I can get in on this. All right, what's this guy doing? In his battlefield, +1/+1 counter for each creature you control. The +1/+1 counter. Remove a +1/+1 counter from Ulash. I was about to say immediately generous visitor. Yeah, no, this is gonna be our last deck tonight. This has gone very, very well though. I plan on doing another one someday. So let's look through this. 1 damage to target creature or you create a saproling. So what's the joke here? Is it just that like how are we working enchantments in with Ulashed here with is it just generous visitor? Is that our only sort of thing we have going on in terms of that? The joke was that it's super high. I like its synergy. So it's a lot of enchantress cards. I like Kami. There's that one Hydra that is like an X spell. The Tessin also gets counters. Yeah, I'm familiar that we have some counters going on. I am a big fan of Perforos, Clothis. If you had like some like haste enablement, no, it wouldn't work. Wildwood Scourge. Here, let's duplicate. No. I'm thinking of Nyxborn. This card. I mean, maybe. I don't think this is like it. Because it doesn't put the counters on Ulashed. Innkeeper's talent is like definitely needs to be in here if it isn't already. The mana value. Go ground. Okay, you have Utopia Sprawl. You have Wild Growth, Fertile Ground. You need an Arbor Elf. You need your Arbor Elf. If you have this many land auras, untap that forest. Make them double. Guys, great news from Trinket Mage here. We have 45 minutes until we record the live stream, so perhaps we can fit another deck in. Bard class plus Ulash plus mana echoes or life from the limb is infinite saprolings, by the way. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Because Bard class, does that just give haste, or what's the joke with Bard class here? With an additional +1/+1 counter on them. How is Bard class performing? Level 2 is the important part. Does cost 2 less? Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. I see, because it becomes a 0/0. And you have mana echoes. Okay. How about instead of being really awkward with life and limb, we just use cryptolith, right? Like a normal person. Hmm? We have cryptolith, right? That works. Correct. You know what else would work is Jaheira. That's probably slightly better than life and limb, which can get really janky. How do you spell Jaheira? Jaheira. Ah, that's with an I. Jaheira, friend of the forest. $7? When did you become so expensive? She looks way too young in this art, by the way. That's like, I hate this art so much. Anyway, sorry, I got a little distracted. Jaheira was just like, there's so much going on. Yes, so Jaheira should be in the deck instead of Life and Limb. Bard class cost reduction, making it red-green less to cast, makes a lot of sense. Song of Fraley is actually, that's a pretty decent suggestion. It's not too bad. Legendary spells cost red-green. Okay, so it's like Clothis. It's like Clothis. Oh wait, hang on. No. We're gonna get really funny. Life and Limb goes back in. We're about to get hilarious, everyone. So Life and Limb stays in. What we do is we have Ulasht, right? No. Springheart and Tuco. Okay. So Springheart and Tuco, enchant Ulasht. And then each sapperling you make triggers landfall. No, this is really bad because how you can't move the Springheart and Tuco to the new one. You'd have to put it on something like a creature that isn't legendary. You could get progressively more and more card draw with Eidolon of Blossoms until you deck yourself. That's funny. Okay, this gets a little bit rough. My bad. Never mind. We ignore. This was not, I was not cooking. Springheart and Tuco does not combo. Okay, we're fine. Don't worry about it. No cooking. Alana and Elena. I don't think so. Anna and Elena just puts 2+1/+1 counters most of the time. Yeah, this is like enchantress focus, like pretty heavily. What is fungal plots doing? Or just sacre? Okay, we're sapperlings. Sapperling synergy. I see. Every 2 times you activate Ulash, you get counters. I see fight rigging, and I'm having the same sort of experience as Han and Elena. Same vibe. I am noticing there's no, like, modified creature synergy. Did we just forget modified exists? That has been... Oh, we have a couple. I guess too many modified cards are just, like, not good. Flashed. That's fair. I'm not seeing a lot else that interests me, really. Feel free to get weird with it. Well, Darren Thrill Seeker is funny. Impact Tremors might make sense. I don't know how wide we're going with Ulasht in terms of like how many creatures we can make in a turn. I know you can make infinite creatures, but like you'll already have haste at that point. I feel like you should probably not. This is non-token. This is only 4 times, once per turn. Mana Echoes goes like eventually indefinite with Ulashed, of course. Rule War Chant. How about instead of Rule War Chant, we do something better like Shared Animosity? Huh? We're gonna have a lot of Saprolings. Uh, I like the extra lands that are proliferating. I like all be one. Food Chain would actually be incredible, wouldn't it? Does this not go infinite? So you have Ivy Lane Denizen. You food chain the token, and then you make a new Saproling, and you put the counter on Ulash. Okay, we hate food chain. Oh yeah, you can only use it to spend. I thought you could use it to spend or activate abilities. Yeah, okay, we're fine then. No food chain. I do think we keep Ivy Lane Denizen though. Puts a counter on Ulash every time he makes a Saproling. Hear me. I think Invigorating Hot Spring and Rhythm of the Wild. Rhythm of the Wild does have Ulash entered with a counter though. At least Invigorating Hot Spring isn't that good. Another infinite with mana echoes, isn't it? How so? Oh yeah, because it enters and then you activate it. Yeah. No, you're right. It is infinite because mana. This enters, mana echoes, remove a counter, mana echoes. Ivy Lane Denizen puts the counter back, and then we're infinite colorless at that point. That is correct. And then you already have Perforos. You already have Impact Tremors. This cooks. I think Renata is not it. Renata's a little too expensive. But X +1/+1 counters on a creature with X the power of the creature that died. I think that's a little too much. Plague Maw Beast also isn't really the best. Yeah, the amount of enchantments you got in here was pretty great. Do you ever just want to put like Wild Seer in just for value, like value Wild Seer? It's like one of these guys. Good night, Magic Mirror. Like, it's just value. Like, why not run it? Cascade's a good word to have on a card. Um, oh, Retreat to Kazandu was a infinite as well with life from and limb still in the deck. Mana Echoes, doubling season, all will be one. I'm just trying to think if there's like another way. I haven't really been keeping a close eye on Duskborn. Like I've been looking at the new cards here and there, when I get the chance. But for upgrades and like thinking about that, I'd like just to see the whole set first before considering upgrades for decks. In my personal repertoire. I do like rooms. That's a really cool design. Like Beastmaster Ascension. I think this is better. Curve is actually incredible, by the way. Like, what a pretty deck. I think 33 lands, I just realized, is very low. Like, we have a low curve. We could probably get away with 37. But 34... I don't know if that's gonna work. What are... Evolution Sage feels very similar to the Life and Limb combo stuff. Arasta doesn't make enchantment creatures. Like, Arasta just, like, enters and does her thing. It's a little bit awkward. She's actually good with, she's good with Ivy Lane Dennison. She's good with, there was another card I'm thinking of. Maybe not Overgrowth. You already have so much acceleration up here. Cryptolithrite's already in. Yeah, Cryptolithrite is what I'm thinking of. I realized what you meant there. And it is a lot of permanence. Yo, hang on. Wait. This is a lot of permanence. How do you guys just feel about turning this into a Warstorm Surge deck? You're 7 cards away from it. Or not Warstorm Surge, sorry. Primal Surge. You're just 7 cards away. Okay. This deck became a lot better very quickly. Do we have... Never understood people's ridiculously high land counts. I almost never have any issues with 33 to 36. Okay. Let's pull out the calculator. Your land count should vary. This is true. Land count should vary between decks. For instance, my lowest land count deck is probably Sephara, maybe Judith. Sephara has 35, 36 lands. Judith has 35, 38. So yeah, let's look at 36 lands here. My curve is here. And like this 8-drop is not an 8-drop. It's Vanquish the Horde. It's 2 mana. The 6-drop, Spectral Procession. It's 3 mana. Hour of Revelation, it's 3 mana. Like the most expensive card in my deck is Aegis Angel at 6 mana. 5 is the majority of my highest cost cards. So 36 is good here because if we consider the chart down here, I will have a 45% or 45% chance of playing them on curve. 6 for the Aegis Angel. What's important here is hitting your plays on curve. What do we want to play in this deck on curve? Ulasht. We want to play Perforos. We want to play All Will Be One. These are cards we want to play on curve. We'll have a 45% chance of playing them on curve with 33 lands. That's with 7 cuts. So getting lands in the deck is very important for that reason. Okay, that being said, let's put those lands in. Commercial District is the first one. Yeah, this is the rare instance where rocks are actually very good. I think getting to 37 lands is where I'm going to feel happiest. Yeah, but Commercial District feels pretty good. I see Grove of the Burn Willows already. Carpulsion Forest is the pain land. There you go, yeah. Carpulsion Forest. Bloodstained Mire and Windswept Heath. I need to actually remember to do that. Okay. Bloodstained Mire. Windswept Heath. Okay, very good. 37. Let's call it there. We have 4 slots to play with. I think the first thing you got to ask yourself is how are you protecting all of our stuff without an instance? And you know what? That's a fair question that I don't know. Yeah, we could just like we ball. Let's rock. Asceticism? Maybe. Maybe. I could see it. We are an enchantment deck. I think maybe we would benefit from Yeva. Like, all but one of our creatures is green. Oh, yeah. Okay, okay. We'll have this one be the last one then. We'll just get a little bit more in depth than I was planning. I think Yeva's like, seems good to me. Like, every single one of the creatures are green. Yeah, that's true. My voice is probably going to be dead tomorrow. um, yeah, like it's only Perforos we can't flash in. Feels pretty good. Let's get another haste enabler. Like we have Rhythm of the Wild in, but I feel like Fires of Yavimaya feels pretty good. Yeah, I love Yeva. Any card that lets you just like pass. Go ahead, take your turn. Like, great, awesome card. Are we attached to Plague Mob Beast? It's like, what? Okay, what are you doing with Plague Mob Beast? We pay 1 mana, we remove a counter from it, we make a Saproling, and then we sacrifice it to the Plague Mob Beast, put the counter back. Like, what's the joke there? Are there any other counters that we're worrying about? I have a personal deck building rule that all decks must include one Phyrexian. Well, let me get searching for a better one. Let's find you a better Phyrexian. Bloom. Done. There's our enchantment artifact removal. You were wondering why I don't like the dub of Dungeon Meshi? It's the cast is made up of um a couple of voice actors that were probably casted for roles, and then the rest are just One Piece leftovers from the Netflix One Piece show. Marcel, especially the voice, really puts me off, and that's like voice actresses, they try their best. I respect voice acting so much, but for me, it's just not a good fit. Concordant Crossroads, Symmetry too dangerous. I definitely think the Symmetry is too dangerous, especially when we already have red. I think red, we can just deal with a 3 mana haste enabler. That's okay. Maybe Skull Clamp. That feels like a very good draw engine. Especially any commander that just spits out 1/1s like this is just, you should have a clamp in. We have another slot to play with. Let's look at what we've cut so far. I don't think I'm particularly missing any of those cards. I'll just put in Soul Ring. Unless you hate Soul Ring. Some people feel strongly about adding Soul Ring to their deck. Do we not add Soul Ring? What about Eldamri's Vineyard? Like an enchantment Soul Ring. Okay. I definitely think Soul Ring's better than Eldamri's Vineyard, by the way. So okay, do we win the game if Primal Surge is cast? I think the answer is just yes, right? We make 1,000,000 mana with Mana Echoes, and then Perforos triggers on all of our creatures, and then we also make infinite Saprolings with Ulasht. Yeah. Wait, hang on, pause. Pause, hang on, pause. All right, guys, great news. None of our cards draw a card. Actually, yes, they do. Garrick's Uprising. So what happens is if you just like vomit your entire library into play, Garrick's Uprising is going to trigger for each of the creatures that it can trigger for, and itself, and then you'll deck yourself. But you can just win on top, right? Just win on top. You can stack the triggers. Just win over top. You're good. No need to worry. Same thing with Tribute to the World Tree. Just put all the triggers on the bottom under the Mana Echoes. All will be one. Okay. You're so set. It's unreal. There is a note that you do have to cast Ulash first and have him in play for Primal Surge to work. Let's check Smoke Bomb. Oh, that's sick. That's actually cool. Yeah, Smoke Bomb was a fire suggestion. That's crazy. So yeah, it does look like you need to have Ulashed in play Is Civil Unrest win more? Is this actually doing something? Or is Ulash the only thing that's going to have counters on him? I guess it gives everything Riot. I just think it's a little slow. Maybe Glorious Sunrise instead. Oh yeah, that's fair. Shock instead of ping. We've added a better card draw engine. Let's take out the Sunrise. I know it's cutting another enchantment, but you still have 35. You're fine. Okay. I think you don't automatically lose the game with Primal Surge in the deck. Because, like, Perforos, 23 creatures. Yeah, you're fine. Perforos saves you. And so does Impact Tremors. All right, yeah, no, you have Impact Tremors, Perforos, Goblin Bombardment. You'll have enough damage. Even with Ulash not in play, you'll be okay. Sounds good to me. I think this is done. We can close the case of Ulasht. That being said, not be back soon / AFK. I think it's about time to call it. Hopefully everyone had fun. Well, the turnout was incredible. There's so many people here. So we'll definitely be doing this again someday. I can't promise next week. I'll see how my throat feels tomorrow after talking for so long. I'll see how much I regret it that much. And then from there, I'll decide if it's weekly or monthly. There might be some monetization plan going forward, maybe just like if you desperately want a deck to be seen, we can throw some like paid sort of things there. Maybe like I would like to do it with channel points, maybe instead, just like reward like viewership instead of just like who has money, you know. But I'll think on it. I definitely have some thoughts of how to improve this for next time after doing it once. So great. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been so much fun. Tune in future for Cube and whatnot, and there's some talk in the MTGO Discord. I can't say exactly what right now. There's a little bit of an NDA, but there's some fun stuff coming down the pipeline. I'll give that information to you guys when I get it. Right? Like when I get the okay. But there's a lot of fun stuff for the MTGO creator program. Very exciting stuff. Good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out.